Hey guys, it's Pokedude. Here's Misaki, and welcome back to Fate Stay Night. So, last time, the party finally defeated Berserker, and they seem to have adopted Ilya. We learned that Saber is in fact the living King Arthur, not a heroic spirit. And now Castor is attacking the house. Alright. I take the wooden sword I keep in the living room. Tosaka and Saber seem to be waiting for me to make a move. Right, full chart. What are the two options here? Okay. I'll let Saber take care of Castor and just protect the other two here. I'll let Saber take care of Castor. There are no servants left that can beat Saber, and most importantly, Saber has a huge advantage over Castor. Saber has strong magic resistance, so she's the ultimate natural enemy for Castor or Magus. Saber, can you go?
Yes, I should go alone if it is Castor. Your judgment is correct.
Alright, we'll defend this place. You can concentrate on beating Castor. I hear a strange sound. Is it the sound of Saber slashing away Castor's familiars in the hallway?
Pacing 20, 30, 40. Hey, even if they're weak, that's too many. It's no problem at all. There's no way some fake dragon warrior will be able to beat the incarnation of the dragon. Even 100 of them would be no match for Saber.
The sound moves off into the distance. Perhaps they were slashed away by Saber, but the presence around this place is lessening. As Ilya said, it seems Castor's familiars can't stop Saber. They must not be entering the living room because they have their hands full with Saber.
Saber found Castor. Castor's quickly gathering all of her familiars back to her, but I guess that this is it.
If Ilya's words are true, the battle will end soon. Saber won't lose it in a one-on-one fight. As Saber has no need to protect us, she should slash Castor away easily.
Pressed. You seem unhappy even though this battle is almost at an end.
You too, Tosaka. You look like you don't like this.
Yeah, everything's going too well. Even if Saber is much stronger than Castor expected, I wonder if Castor would come and attack us without a backup plan.
That's right. Castor came to this mansion willingly. If Castor knew a master was here, Castor should also know which servant is here. Saber, her natural enemy, is here. If Castor comes to attack here in spite of that, that would mean... The sound stopped. Ilya, what happened to Castor's presence?
Disappeared. The familiars are still there, but the only servant remaining is Saber. The familiars... Oops.
Yeah, it's her.
Oh, the familiars are still there? Shiro, your hand.
Huh? I look at my left hand. What does it mean? The proof of the contract, the command spell, has disappeared.
Oh, did you use your command spell?
No, I didn't use it. What's going on? Saber should have defeated Castor with no problems. So why did my command spell disappear? No, the disappearance of the command spell doesn't mean the end of the contract, so I shouldn't panic too much. Command spell is there to control disobedient servants. I never needed it with Saber. Even if it goes away, Saber and I will do just fine.
Back. She'll be here soon.
What are they doing? Saber's coming back, so why do they have to be on guard like that? The door opens. Saber enters and... Steps in, holding her chest in pain. Oh, yeah, by the way, folks, for anyone who missed the last stream, Misaki's computer's busted right now, so she's on her phone, so her audio quality isn't as good as it usually is. Saber. I run to her.
Hold on, Shiro.
I can't hear Tosaka's warning. My only concern is Saber in pain. Are you alright, Saber? Where...
No. Run, Shiro. Saber, stop.
I'm slashed from my left shoulder to the waist in a single blow. The brilliant slash numbs the pain, and the mysterious healing power doesn't work against Saber's sword. Saber. My consciousness fades away. Before I die, eclipsing my fear of death is the question of why Saber killed me. Dead end. So the name
Power
of that...
to yoink people's servants.
what was that?
I want the power to yoink people's servants like that.
Weird. The name of that scene was Walpurgis Night. Oh, it's dark.
Good evening, everyone. This is the Q&A session to help Shiro when he dies easily from a simple mistake, the Tiger Dojo. Well, the cause of death this time is... I guess the lesson is that you shouldn't let your guard down no matter how dominant your position is. You're a master, so you should control Saber's recklessness. Huh? That's wrong. Saber's the one at fault this time, right? Falling for Caster's trap proves that she's not... concentrating. I bet she was self-conscious around Shiro and tried to show off, but she ended up killing Shiro herself. Jeez. Her class has fallen. Oh. They say she's the most powerful, but she hasn't had that many wins. She's also small and lacking in charm as a lady. Doesn't she seem like a gluttonous power character? Man, that sounds more like my mysterious heroine. Ilya-chan? Stop. Saber-chan regrets this. As a samurai, it's not good to be rubbing salt into a wound.
Oops.
I see. Bushido is all about sympathy and no love. I guess it can't be helped. I'll overlook her clumsiness this time. But you do have to keep a leash on Saber, because if you don't do that, in the other dead ends... Beg your pardon? Ouch, Master. Why the corporal punishment? That kind of talk isn't permitted. Spoilers aren't good, and you mustn't anger Saber-chan too much. She can get scared if she gets really pissed off. Somebody almost died after making fun of her. Oh? You mean in day 13, right? That was fun. Hey, Taiga. Did you just hear a growling noise? I don't hear anything. Yeah! A rival appears. Yeah! What is that? Something weird is riding on something weird. New noble phantasm unlocked.
Yeah. Alright, well, let's try it again. Let's go out with Saber. It's no time for a date, Shiro. It's clear who the enemy is. If the enemy servant, if Castor is attacking with troops, there's only one thing to do. It's no good just staying here. Saber, come with me. Tosaka, protect Ilya.
Judine. Like it either, but you said you listen to what Shiro says, so obey him politely. I don't care. I'll be more helpful than Saber.
Tosaka binds Ilya's arm behind her back and puts her hand over Ilya's mouth. Ilya continues to throw out insults.
I know, I'll protect Ilya. You two go and get Castor while I do so.
I'm depending on you. But don't work too hard. Think more about escaping than beating the enemy. Tosaka nods back, telling me I don't even need to say it. Turning my back to Tosaka, I hurry out to the hallway leading to the porch.
Saber. I know. I will protect Shiro.
Nodding back to Tosaka, Saber follows me. Hey, by the way, you might recognize these enemies from FGO.
They said golems.
Oh, a golem is anything that's made up of like a single material. In this case, it's dragon bones.
Oh yeah, true.
In that moment, I doubt my own eyes. A sword is swung down on me. An unavoidable strike attacks me, aiming for my open head. I avoid it by twisting my body and parrying instantly with my wooden sword. I can't believe it myself. My body reacted as soon as my mind understood it was going to die. It attacks me the second time without hesitation. A smooth mechanical movement. Wasteless, accurate attack. But that's all. It's just accurate and it's not refined nor scary. The attack looks foolish compared to those of Saber. It feels like the touch of a feather compared to Berserkers. I repelled the attack with my back to the wall, and in the space I retreated through. Saber's lightning strike smashes down.
Shiro, are you alright?
As you can... as you can see, I was scared, but I made it.
Do not say you made it. You must follow me in a situation like this. Please be cautious from now on.
Saber scolds my carelessness. She's right, but I just didn't want to be following after her.
Shiro, are you listening to me?
Yeah, I'm listening, but what was that? There's nothing in the hallway. The strange thing that was blown away by Saber's attack has vanished like an illusion.
As Iliasville said, they are warriors made by using a monster's body as a catalyst. It seems more like a golem than an automaton, but the quality is low. There should be no problem even if we are surrounded by such things.
Where were they hiding? No, when did they get this far in? Those things, like bad building blocks, are gathering with spider-like movements. And on top of that, they aren't the only presence I feel. Many more bones are surrounding this mansion.
Shiro, to your side.
I jump away from the wall instantly. Damn. I slash the bone sliding up to me. After that, Saber smashes away the bones to protect my back. The bones move in with loose movements and all attack in the same way. It's not hard to repel them, but the house gets destroyed by every attack. No, and I only have a wooden sword. Even with the strengthening magic on it, it won't last too much longer. I don't want to think about it, but the number of these bone creatures might be infinite. We might continue to skirmish until we collapse. Damn, where the hell are they coming from? I complain with my back to Saber. Not many bone creatures are coming for me. They must be coming from inside the house as well, but most of them are coming from the yard. Saber is slashing away the ones coming in from there. The goal is the living room. As Ilya and Tosaka are in the living room, Saber is busy dealing with the ones heading there. Saber readies her sword again. Her sword isn't invisible now. Maybe there's no need to hide it now, but the golden sword is glowing to show off its true powers. Hold on, Saber. Don't use the Excalibur. I don't care if my house gets blown away. Well, I do mind, but there's other houses around here. You should know what'll happen if you use it here. You should know. I yell while parrying away bones from in front of me.
I will obey if that is your order, but it is too troublesome to face such a great number of enemies. We shall be put in danger if we do not sweep them all away.
Could you imagine if we had to worry about collateral damage in FGO?
Oh, I would hate that.
I know, they're like familiars, right? Then we'll get the whole army if we can get the one controlling them. Saber, can you search for Castor's presence?
I do not even need to search. Castor is out in the yard. It seems Castor is luring us as a presence is not concealed.
I don't care. Let's fall for the temptation. I'll tire her out first if we continue like this.
I do not mind. Then, we shall go attack Castor?
The yard is right there. If Castor's in the yard, it shouldn't be too hard to get there. That means losing the defense. It's fine now since Saber's here, but the defense holding the bone creatures off will go away when Saber goes out to the yard. I should. If we pick this option, number 2, we'll actually get the same bad ending that we just got, so believe in Tosaka. The sound of glass breaking. I hear sounds of fighting in the living room.
Shiro, please give me an order. This is no time to be indecisive.
I know. Either way, we're making the situation worse by delaying the decision. We'll get Castor. I told Tosaka to take care of Ilya.
Then let us go, Master. I will entrust you with my back.
Saber runs, smashing away the swarming bone creatures. It looks like a snowplow driving through snow. The bone warriors vanish without even being able to approach Saber. They like snowflakes. There's so many scattering bones that I feel like I'm in a snowstorm. Man. She told me to have her back, but there's no need to protect her like this. She more than makes me realize how great a swordsman she is. Saber charges without doubt. Foundation for all these bones. To defeat the unseen 6 servants that has invaded this mansion. Saber stops. The swarming warriors cannot be seen anymore. This must be the end as someone is standing there. A distorted figure. The figure wearing some kind of robe cannot be seen as if only the spot is smudged in black. A black shadow. I'm assaulted by an unknown unease the instant I look at it.
Oh, you are Saber? I see. You are certainly capable of defeating Berserker. My troops would not even slow you down.
The figure snickers. It seems the thing in black is the master of the bone creatures, servant Castor. But no master? I don't see any sign of a master near the figure. Is Castor the same as Lancer, the type to take action away from their master?
Is your contract gone?
Saber asks unpleasantly.
Yes. He was not a suitable master for me, so I made him disappear.
I don't know what kind of expression the black robe is making, but Caster answers in a cold voice.
Master Killer. Then your master is already dead. But there is no problem with that, Saber. We are soul eaters, correct? There's an abundance of magical energy sources. All that remains is, yes, if I obtain the Holy Grail, there will be no more worries for me. So you wish for revival into this world as well? I do not know which heroic spirit you are, but you threw away your pride for that? Oh? So you do not feel that working for humans is throwing away your pride? I just could not stand that. I do not wish to be anyone's servant. So I just became the user. You have no grounds to criticize me. I would assume so. I have no interest in your ill acts.
Saber's body inclines a little. There's only about 10 meters to Caster. Saber should be able to close in on Caster in under one breath and slash Caster away.
How dangerous. I tried to come and talk, but you act like there is nothing to talk about. I went easy on you, you know? I have nothing to talk to you about. Die here in grace.
Saber intends to kill Caster. I won't oppose. I can only smell blood on Caster. I bet what Caster said about killing our master is true. The raid was also intended to kill everyone here, so there's no reason to stop Saber. First of all, Caster won't even be a match for Saber. I can sense Caster's ability. Caster is the weakest when it comes to one-on-one combat. In this situation, Caster can do nothing but fall to Saber. Don't do it, Saber. But I can't shake off this strange unease. This isn't like the hopeless premonition of death like with Berserker. It must be a physiological hatred or an alarm against something bad. The left hand throbs as if telling me Saber shouldn't go near that thing. I hesitate too long. Saber jumps and sprints to the black shadow. The distorted shadow smiles. Caster doesn't seem to be panicking about the approaching Saber. By the way, I could be misremembering, but I don't think we ever actually see her face in this game. She keeps it covered the entire time. Nope.
Insert spell here.
I know a couple of Greek letters, but that's a weird font, and the first one's lambda, so it starts with an L, whatever it is. Caster says something in a language I can't hear, and cast something that appeals to the brain more than words. The world distorts in that instant. No, the density of the air changes only around Saber. What? A huge impact. The ground sinks, and it seems like something large came crashing down on Saber. No way. Casting magic without any actions? No, there was a murmur like a spell. Spells can indeed be shortened. The easier the magic, the shorter one can reduce the spell to change to self. What's occurring before me is a great magic. No magus can express that in one word. Even if it is possible, they have to prepare a catalyst beforehand like Tosaka does. But still, Caster executed great magic with just one murmur. By the way, this is reflected in FGO with her NP battery, which is rapid words or rapid casting, which lets her instantly charge her NP.
Oh, that's what she did then.
Yeah. Caster isn't just on a different level. If that was Caster's magic, that figure is no mere magus. Saber is frozen on the spot. Her legs froze as it kicked off the ground. She's bound in space. She's bound in space right now. No, the air surrounding her has been transformed into something like clear gelatin. Even if I try to approach her, I'm pushed away by an invisible soft membrane. It seems like this is only around Saber, but as long as her feet are not on the ground, Saber cannot move.
I guess you took me too lightly, Saber. I do not know how good the Magi in your age were, but I have lived in the age of gods. My magic must look like sorcery for a Magi in these times.
A laugh comes from the black robe. Saber is still bound in space.
I see. So this is really all you're capable of, Caster?
She spits those words out.
Magic resistance? It repels even my magic?
The black robe retreats. After canceling Caster's magic in an instant, Saber dashes with lightning speed. But I... Save down here. The timing, she's got it. Don't be timid. We're cornering Caster. If we pull back, we might give Caster a chance to turn things around. Saber's sword moves quickly. She's already right in front of Caster, and Caster will be slashed in an instant. But Saber suddenly stops. Not because of Caster's counterattack, but by her own choice.
You...
Saber instantly tries to dodge. But she's too late. Saber totters as if grabbed by something in that instant. Warp dagger stabs Saber in the chest.
Caster... That is... Yes, this is my noble phantasm, Saber. It's the weakest weapon that cannot kill even one human nor create anything. But it is an indulgence from the age of gods that is forgiven anything for one purpose. Run.
Saber falls to her knees, even though she has taken no wound. Saber, before I can ponder this mystery. Last command spell disappears from my left hand.
All according to plan, boy. Now, if I collect the Magus and the vessel inside, my victory will be assured.
Caster's arm rises. A wave of air performed with no action hits me. Ha! I can't even stand up. My legs are twisted like a jellyfish from the blow and won't move.
I think it's about time. Stand up, Saber. Even if the gods punish you, I will forgive you.
A snicker. Saber stands up. She slowly walks to me with steps like those bone creatures and swings her sword with eyes like she's having a nightmare.
Pooh? Beautiful, Saber. Now you are the same as me. You bear the crime of killing your master. Yes, as the same criminals, let us condemn this world to its death.
Caster's laughter tears my ears apart. My brain dies with the question still unanswered. A night like red jelly. Only the figure of Saber looking down at me with tears in her eyes. Dead end. Oh, this is number 10, by the way.
Alright, it seems the enemy is gone now. Wah! I have a bite mark on my head now. Well, let's pull ourselves together. Let's start the rescue corner. Let's save Shiro, who has fallen into a pit just by getting sidetracked, the Tiger Dojo. Alright, but Taiga, this dead end isn't much different from the last one. Saber goes berserk and kills Shiro in this end too, right? Yup, but this one is a bit different, as you could have prevented this with a little more work on Shiro's side. I don't think it's all Saber-chan's fault. Oh, Saber isn't here. Nope. It seems she doesn't get depressed if the fault isn't all hers. So we're able to hold the Tiger Dojo with no worries this time. Yeah, but there's nothing much to say this time. There won't be any more tricky choices like this. The story is nearing its climax, so you have to get it together, or you won't be able to get the real ending. There'll only be one more enemy after defeating Castor. Get your act together and win. There'll be a chance after a crisis, so you should fight without letting your guard down. Osu!
Spoilers, Ilya. We don't know what happened to Lancer or Assassin.
I know, right? Gosh darn it, Ilya. Well done. We'll be waiting in the next Tiger Dojo.
The question is, who is that final opponent, though?
Alright, see you, Shiro.
What would your guess be? Misaki?
Man, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Okay, so by the way, now that we have 10 of those, we get a little something extra here. Get a little sleeping tiger.
Oh, cute.
If we click on this meat...
Did we just destroy her tiger? But why? Why to Sakura?
Yeah, so there's like a couple more of those for every 10 we get.
Oh man, poor Sakura.
Don't do it, Saber. Saber raises her sword. She's already within striking distance. No, don't do it, Saber. But I read the Saber as if driven by the pulse of my heart.
What?
Saber suddenly stops. It's not that Castor did something. Saber felt something from Castor and stopped herself.
You.
Saber instantly tries to dodge it. But Castor must have hidden something in the ground as hands of bone burst out of the ground and grasped Saber's feet.
I was not expecting you to have instinctive foresight, but this is it, Saber.
The blade emerges from Castor's black robe. It's a weirdly shaped dagger. It's thin and brittle. The blade not suitable for killing. The Saber detests this blade, and Castor swings it as if this is her chance for victory. Saber must be surprised at getting her feet grabbed from the ground. She does not even repel the dagger and takes it in astonishment.
You...
What? Oh wait, no.
What?
I can hear Castor's voice behind me. I can't see what the robe's expression is like. All I could do was stand in front of Saber and take the blade in her place. Oh! But it wasn't a good job. I didn't have enough confidence to block Castor's dagger straight on. So I figured out it would be more certain if I covered Saber, and I held her in my arms as if to hide her. As a result, Castor's dagger wrenched open my back. Gah! I stopped myself from crying because of the pain and strengthened my grip on Saber.
Jiro?
I can't tell what words are being said beside my ear. Get away, Saber. Go back. Before I could tell her to jump away, Saber must have understood. My body moves. Saber jumps back as if to shake off the hands coming from the ground, and I'm carried with her.
Shiro, your wound.
Saber's voice is urgent. Even though she laid me on the ground softly, the pain in my back just increases. It's like having my back cut with scissors, then having lead driven into it. From this pain, it feels like a cell phone is being pushed in the wound.
Jiro, please hold on, Jiro.
I guess she's not panicking, but the loud voice, rare for Saber, makes me rather calm. Hey, I can hear you even if you don't shout. This just hurts, so it's nothing. Take care of Castor instead. Nodding my head, I point to where Castor should be.
Yes, I will finish things right away. Please hold on for a little while.
Saber faces Castor once again.
So that is your noble phantasm, Castor.
Saber's voice sounds threatening. The dark shadow clucks her tongue in irritation and raises the warped dagger in her hand.
Yes, it is blunt as you can see, and it cannot kill even one person. But as you have sensed, it is a magical mark said to be almighty in one aspect. If you do not wish to touch it, I suggest that you do not come near me, Saber.
Even though she says so, I can sense less composure in Castor than before. Even as powerful as Castor is, as long as she uses magic, she won't be able to hurt Saber. No matter what kind of noble phantasm that dagger is, it won't do any good against Saber now. Don't mind it, Saber. Her secret's revealed. You should be able to beat her without a problem now. I order her, gritting my teeth.
Oh? Is that fine, Saber? You can certainly corner me, Saber. But who will protect that man while you do so? I do not think I need to say this, but you're the only one that is immune to my magic. Can you not guess what I will do to that boy if I am cornered? You...
Saber says from the bottom of her lungs. The sound of the bones increases. They surround us. Damn. I made a mistake. Even if I could have saved Saber, it's pointless if I'm hurt like this. I'll only be a burden like this. If it was just Saber, Castor wouldn't even be a match for her.
So you said you came here to talk, Castor?
What? Saber?
Please do not say anything, Master. This is the right choice for now.
Saber lowers her sword. I think I hear Castor laugh amidst the surrounding sounds of bones.
I shall listen to you, Castor. I may let you go depending on your conditions. Are you sane? I hold your lives in my hands. If you act so boldly, I might just crush you. Do not get me wrong. All you have is my master's life, not mine. But if you assault that, I will not hold back. If you are to kill my master, I'll be sure to defeat you with everything I have before I disappear.
The air freezes. Even the bones around Castor are cowed by Saber's words.
Fine. I will not do anything to that boy. My target was you to begin with. There is nothing wrong with releasing a master or two.
I was your... Oh, no.
I was your target to begin with? Right. There is no reason to ignore a hero that can even defeat Berserker. The only remaining servants are me, you, and Lancer. If you become my ally, Lancer is nothing. Three are left? Then Assassin is already defeated? Who knows? He is not here anymore, so I assume he was defeated. It is only natural for a servant who cannot protect their master to disappear.
Assassin was beaten? And the master of Ryudo Temple is no more? I didn't even know his identity, but that means another master has disappeared. The only remaining servants are Saber, Caster, and Lancer, who has not shown himself since the first night.
This is the only useless talk I will engage in. All I want is your noble phantasm. Give me your sword if you do not want your master killed. That is useless. I am the only one able to use a sword. A heroic spirit must surely know that only the possessor of the noble phantasm may use it. Oh, you are right. Then in that case, I would just have to obtain you as well. However superior the knight, I can persuade it to be on my side. And more than anything, I like you.
You remember that scene in the Akihabara event about her?
Oh yeah.
Yep, this is where that started.
It would be fun to control you.
Caster sounds really delighted. Lacerated consciousness boils up. I kick the pain in my back aside and get up. Don't be ridiculous. I can't let Saber fall under Caster's control just because of me. I decide to protect Saber, so I can't stay down with this kind of wound. I take the one sword in my hand and swing at the bone creatures surrounding me.
No, Shiro.
Saber's voice sounds urgent.
Oh? If you want to commit suicide, I won't stop you.
Caster sounds delighted. The sound of many bones hitting against each other. And as if to nullify those sounds, all the bone creatures are swept away instantly by a heavy rain of arrows. What? I stand there dumbfounded. The arrows that showered down like rain have disappeared as if they were an illusion. But this cannot be an illusion. Swarming bone creatures do not exist anymore.
Who is it?
Caster looks up. Saber must have already noticed this guy. Saber is looking up at the thing on top of the wall with surprise. There's something unexpected there. The man with his back to the moon is golden. The man clad in gold is looking down at the yard with a cruel smile. So you might not remember, but he was in the prologue at the very beginning of the game. He was talking to Sakura.
Yeah, the suspicious foreigner.
Who? Oh no.
Who?
She must have instinctively realized that he has destroyed her troops, and as Caster raises her voice. The man doesn't answer. No, he hasn't even taken notice of Caster. He's only looking at one person. The Silver Knight behind me.
Answer. I'm asking who you are.
Caster's voice sounds emotional. And with that, the man finally looks at Caster. Caster gasps, stared at by those red eyes. The man's stare is cold. That thing isn't treating Caster as human. Even I can tell from here. It's only natural for Caster, the target of that stare, to be terrified by that pressure.
Why are you getting in my way?
She asks in a trembling voice. She must know she'll be swallowed if she doesn't do so. But I have no reason to name myself lowlife. Get out of my sight, you fool. The man answers with a verdict of death. A snap. When I realize the sound of his fingers snapping, the tragedy has already begun. Many weapons suddenly appear in space and shoot at Caster like a machine gun.
Freak here.
Caster raises her arm. Concept of a shield. A film-like glass is created right above Caster. It probably has strength equaling Berserker's body, but it was useless because it was it useless because it was made of glass? But like a crystal, it cannot even block one of the showering weapons and shatters into pieces.
Eh?
A dumbfounded voice. Without showing any concern for Caster's question, they pierce the black robe. There's no mercy at all. The robe is pierced by lances, and as the robe is blown away, more lances pierce it. Sword in her falling body, an arrow like the arm falling to the ground, and the axe into her pained head. Each becomes a deadly guillotine. Survival is impossible. Caster is completely cut apart and dismantled, and she now looks like a mountain of red meat. Wind blows. The black robe who lost its master floats away. Floating away, the shredded robe still barely keeps its form. Now it is all that remains of what used to be Caster. I cannot say anything. My strained mind just watches the black robe floating miserably in the wind. In that instant. How insolent. I told you to get out of my sight. It should only be polite to kill yourself quickly. The golden man roars in a voice full of contempt. What? It's not an illusion. The black robe twists like a wave, grows black wings, and tries to fly away. But it's too late. I don't know what the man did. It's just that a crack ran through the night sky. The dislocation in the sky swallows the black robe. It reminds me of someone getting run over by a steamroller. Oh wait, no, wait. The black robe falls. Underneath it is Caster, unscathed. There. A storm of swords showers into her. The scream echoes through the night. Swords multiply in response to the scream. The scream gets louder in turn.
It hurts. Take it out. It hurts. Take it out. Please.
Caster must have regenerative powers like Saber. She cannot die even when swords are stabbed into her, so her figure is just too miserable. The rain doesn't stop. Weapons each different shape, and none of them are the same. Well, they are here because the artist got lazy, but I don't want to admit it, but each one of those weapons equals the noble phantasm servants.
No, this cannot be. Such a ridiculous number.
Merciless reign of noble phantasms. Caster struggling under it is just...
I am dying. I am going to die. Die. In such ridiculous fashion. No, this is too funny. No, this is not true.
And that ends it. The black mist hiding Caster, the servant disappears. The infinite cycle of torture that I thought would last forever lasted only about 10 seconds in reality. Through it all, Saber stares at the Golden Knight standing on top of the wall. It is a great sin for a mere magus to even speak of capturing the King of Knights. It is rightly mine, as I am the king. Such skewering befits a fool pursuing the king's treasure. So, long time no see, Saber. Do you remember the decision I made? The man says in an intimate manner. Saber doesn't answer. but her glare is different from before. Why that face? Are you still not ready? It has been 10 years. That should be enough time to decide. Oh, well, that's only for me. It must be like yesterday for you. Geez, what a silly woman, making a man wait. The man laughs happily. My chest is hurting, partly from seeing that tragedy. More than that, I feel sick when the man looks down on Saber with such a ridiculous expression. So there are more lowlifes left. Commenting unhappily, the man turns to the mansion. There on the porch in front of the living room are Ilya and Tosaka.
What is that?
Ilya looks up at the man as if she's seen a ghost. Straining her eyes, she shakes her head, saying it's impossible.
No. Who are you?
Huh? Fool, you cannot tell? I'm one of the heroic spirits you know so well.
Fire.
Ilya jumps off the porch and glares at the man.
No, I don't know you. A servant I don't know about shouldn't exist.
What? Hold on, Ilya. The call to restrain her comes too late. The cluster of magical energy Ilya releases shoots straight for the man. A clanging sound. The man didn't do anything. A mirror-like shield appears in front of him and reflected Ilya's magical energy shot.
Eh?
As she fired the magical energy in anger, there's no way she can react to it. Ilya stands dumbfounded before the magical energy she fired.
Hurts.
She's barely saved by Tosaka, who instantly blocked it. I see. It is a strange hybrid this time. I assume they have schemed a bit so as not to make the same mistake as last time. The man looks at Ilya. A cold stare like the one directed at Saber. A stare prizing a possession.
No. Oh, no. I hate you.
Ilya still glares at the man pinned by Tosaka. I do not care about your circumstances. Open it quickly. You are the fifth one. The man speaks cleanly. What kind of effect does it have? Ilya shakes violently and faints. That's it. That's all that'll happen. All Tosaka and I can do is look up at that man. We both understand. He's looking at us. He would just share Caster's fate if we raised our voices. We would just share Caster's fate if we raised our voices. But Saber is different. She's staring at the Gold Knight in a different kind of silence.
Let me ask you one thing. Why are you still in this world, Archer?
Saber tries to control her voice. Tosaka and I can only be shocked by her words. There need be no reason. The Holy Grail is mine. What what is wrong with coming to collect what is mine?
How foolish. You're not a hero like that. No, first of all.
Stop. If you say any more, we will have to fight. Well, that was my original intention, but I lost interest. This place is too shabby to celebrate our reunion. Saying so, the man turns away. He turns his back as if saying he has no interest in us. We shall meet again sometime. My decision has not changed since that time. Be prepared by that time for our next meeting. The man disappears. With that, the tension in the air vanishes and the yard returns to its usual silence. That's the only thing that has returned. My home is ruined and Ilya is unconscious. Saber, keeping her back to us, still bears that heavy silence. Alright, let's take a look at the status screen. We now have a second archer here. We got two hits for caster. Yep, high speed divine language. I always find it weird when we get the alignment, but not their true name. Charisma A+. Lay a futon down in the living room and place Ilya on it. Even though she's unconscious, Ilya's face looks calm, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with her.
Don't look away. The bandage will slide off.
She hits me back. Ow, Tosaka, there's no way. That's no way to treat a wounded guy.
Shut up. I'm treating your wounds, so be quiet for a while. Here, raise your right hand. I don't think it's necessary, but I'll put some medicine on it as well.
It's cold.
It's fine if you can feel. Here, we'll wrap this up next.
She skillfully wraps a bandage around my right shoulder. It's past 10. After returning to the living room, Tosaka started to treat my wounds. She started, but the wounds have mostly already healed, so all that's left is to treat them just for now.
Done. But you sure do have a strange body. Only vampires have bodies with such healing powers. Are you really human?
I think she asked me something similar a while ago. Hey, I'm a normal human being. I don't even know how this is happening, so I can't give you an answer.
Don't play with me. Would a normal human be up and running after they had their spinal cord cut? I never asked because it was useful, but it's getting too freaky now. Maybe you're from some place where people can only be killed by decapitation? Nah, that doesn't even work.
Worst part is, Tosaka is seriously considering that. She might come after my neck one day with an axe in hand.
Hey, don't you think so too, Saber? I think you're the cause, but still too far beyond human. Huh? Shido's healing power is not his own? Of course not. Do you think someone who only knows strengthening magic could do such high-class magic? His absurdity must come from being connected with you. I can only guess that your healing power is flowing into him. Is that so? I have never felt such a connection. If that were the case, my magical energy should be flowing to Shido even now. More importantly, my healing power is not as strong as Shido.
Saber, why the sudden pale face? Saber is staring into space as if she can't. Oh, she can't hear Tosaka.
Oh, it cannot be.
Shaking her head, Saber looks away. Tosaka and I look at each other. Saber's acting strange. No, I know why. Saber's spirit has been low since the Golden Knight appeared.
Well, matter of Shido on hold. More importantly, Saber, did you know that gold guy? He was saying you were his.
Saber doesn't answer. It's obviously something she doesn't want to talk about, but I still want to know. Tosaka's question is mine as well.
Saber, tell me if you know. Who was that guy? You called him Archer. Yes, I do not wish to admit it, but I do know him. But it is impossible. There are only 7 servants. He cannot be summoned.
Servants, so he is a servant. No, that's obvious, but in that case, there's a big problem.
He is of class archer. Of course, he's not the archer whom Rin made a contract with. His abilities and character are too different.
I know that too. It only lasted a short while, but I was able to feel how much of a monster he was.
Hold on, that's not right. If he's a servant archer, that makes 8. 7 should be the limit of the summons in a single period. It's not like they restock when some of them disappear. After all, even the Holy Grail doesn't have the magical energy to summon more than 7. There are 7 servants because that's the basic limit, right? How can they summon an 8th? Hold on. Saber? You met him in a previous war? Yes, Arin. On the last day of the previous Holy Grail War, I fought against him in a sea of fire.
My body tenses up for an instant. Saber fought him in the Sea of Fire? It's nothing new. Kotomine already told me that the fire was caused by the Holy Grail War, so this should be a surprise. It's just, I was unconsciously trying not to think about it until now.
Happened? Did you beat him? No, I did not. No, I could not beat him because I. You were beaten instead? He's someone you couldn't beat even when you were properly summoned?
Saber hangs her head and doesn't answer. That pretty much answers her question. Saber, could you win? Not just the imperfect Saber as she is now, but Saber with her full power? Is it even possible? If you look at her skills as a swordsman, Saber certainly is invincible. Admittedly, Saber was the weaker against Berserker, but Saber has that noble phantasm. The noble phantasms of other swords are powerful, but Saber succeeds even them. I don't think there's any hero she can't beat using her holy sword.
Then there's only one possible explanation. He's not a servant summoned in this war, but a servant that remains from the previous war. It only makes sense when that's true.
My mind stops. It's not that I agree with Tosaka, but what she said matches what I've been hoping for since yesterday.
But that's the only possible explanation. Only 7 servants can be summoned to each Holy Grail War. If there are any other servants, they must be the winner of the previous Holy Grail War. Am I wrong?
A heavy silence. But why is she in such a good mood? Tosaka, what are you so happy about?
Of course I'm happy. There's a president. I don't know who he is, but he's the guy who won the last Holy Grail War, right? Then he must have obtained the Holy Grail, and he's staying in this world because of its blessing. In other words, he's proof that you can keep your servant in this world if you obtain the Holy Grail. I want to capture him and question him about it.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know who he is, but he's a servant and he's still here after the previous war. That means there's a way for Saber to stay in this world like him.
Well, we don't know who he is or what his motive is, but I'm sure he's an enemy we'll need to defeat. So Saber, what's his true identity? I do not know. Even at the end, I could not tell who he was.
Did she never learn it?
That hero did not have a noble phantasm symbolic of him. He doesn't have a symbolic noble phantasm? That can't be true. A servant without a noble phantasm can't be a servant. And besides,
I think Shiro said. And besides, he...
Yeah, he was using so many. It should be easy to work out his true identities with so many noble phantasms. You just need to identify the appropriate hero for them. Then let me ask you, did you recognize any of those noble phantasms? Of course, let's see.
Tosaka ponders. She thinks about it for a minute, but when she tilts her head in confusion...
No way. That's impossible.
What's wrong, Tosaka? What's impossible?
I can't believe it. The bloody one was probably Dane's leaf, and the one with the sickle was Herpy. There was one that looked Chinese, and the other that looked like a Buddha thing.
Tosaka looks crazy, talking to herself. I guess this is what you call digging yourself a hole.
That one was similar to Saber's sword, but it should be different. It seems like it's from Northern Europe, judging from the simple design. But most forms of demonic sword are from Northern Europe, but...
She starts to grit her teeth. Hey, Tosaka. There's no point in leaving her like that. I have to stop her now or she'll... or there'll be some damage. I don't need to add that I'll be the one damaged. Tosaka, come back.
Jeez, be quiet, Shido. I'm getting confused because you're bothering me.
I'm not trying to disturb you. It's about this noble phantasm, right? I saw Daisev, Herb, Durandal, Vajra, and Kaldabolg. Oh, and I saw Gay Bolg. Oh, we know a few of those. Just as a reminder, Durandal is Hector's lance and the sword that Major Cardo was after. Kaldabolg is Fergus's sword. Pretty sure Vajra is from Indian mythology. I couldn't identify the Chinese one, but those are the most famous ones, right?
Ugh, you're right.
She glares at me in irritation. I'm hurt if she makes a face like that. I'm not knowledgeable, but it just popped into my head.
Mean. No hero has that many noble phantasms. No, more importantly, the sources are all different. I don't understand it. Yes, that is why I could not tell his true identity. He has an abundance of noble phantasms, the proofs of a hero. I could not narrow down his true identity because he has so many.
The two ponder. Well, there's certainly no way to tell if he has that many. It's like hiding a tree in a forest or something.
Shido, do you have anything?
She glares at me. Yeah, she's definitely taking it out on me. Have what?
You noticed or guessed anything that popped into your head. We need our unexpected opinions. Only accidents solve a deadlock situation.
She might be right. Haha, I see. You're making fun of me, right?
Don't be rude. I just think you're useless. So, do you have anything?
Nothing. I give up, honestly. Tosaka groans in regret.
Then, there's only one answer. Saber, don't you think they're all fakes? Nothing else can explain it. I feel the same way, however.
No, they're not fakes. How did they arrive at that answer? First of all, he wouldn't have been able to pierce Castor with fake noble phantasms.
Oh. Do you base that on Emiya-kun?
I'm saying those are real. Rather, everything else seems fake.
Huh?
Well, it's just my intuition. It's hard to explain, but those are all real. Venture's gay bulk is real, but I think the gay bulk he used is real as well. God, it's harder to explain if she makes a face like that. No, forgetting that. Why did I think that? It's just that all the things he used were noble phantasms. I can feel that. Is it because I used projection against Berserker? I could tell they were real noble phantasms just by looking at them. Conception dwells in superior weapons, and something is missing from weapons that merely imitate them in shape. I realized that when I imitated Saber's sword. By that argument, I think that all the noble phantasms he used were perfect.
Shiro set aside. As we don't know his true identity, his objective is next.
Tosaka seeks a glance at Saber.
We already know he's after the Holy Grail, but there's one other point I'm curious about. Can I ask you directly, Saber?
Man, why'd she put on that really evil smile when it comes to this kind of subject?
What do you mean, Rin? You do not need to hold back if you wish to ask me something. Really? Then I'll ask, what do you think of him? From the way he spoke, it seemed like he really has the hots for you.
I'm not following Tosaka's lead, but I sneak a glance at Saber. Tosaka is saying it wrong, but it's true that he was attached to Saber. No, it wasn't that nice. He saw Saber as his and only his.
I do not care what he thinks about, but I remember that he did propose marriage to me in the previous war. Naturally, I deflected it with my sword.
Marriage, you mean? What? What is that servant thinking?
Well, I don't know if you should be happy in this case, but you don't feel too bad about it, right? You must be happy as a woman to be proposed to even after you became a servant. That is not true. I have no such freedom to begin with. My goal is to obtain the Holy Grail. Honestly, such nonsense irritates me. Really? Even if you feel that way, he was pretty into you. His type doesn't care how much they rejected. You're stubborn too, so he might be a good match for you.
I don't know what's so funny, but Tosaka's words are irresponsible. Tosaka seemed to be happy to be talking to Saber about this kind of thing. Saber seems to have no interest, but...
I am telling you that I have no interest in such a thing. He is certainly a superior heroic spirit, but his way of thinking is too different from mine.
Saber answers honestly.
Oh, did you hear that, Shiro? Saber has no interest in men. Are you relieved? Rin, I believe that is of no concern to Shiro. Your statement is a little strange. I would think so. That was a mistake on my part, but the strange part is the funny part.
Tosaka laughs evilly. Her eyes seem to be laughing only at Saber, not only at Saber, but at me as well. It irritates me for some reason, and I stand up.
Huh? Where are you going, Shiro?
Tea. I'm thirsty. I'll get some for everyone while I'm at it. I spit that out and go to the kitchen. I don't know why, but I'm irritated, so I think I'll prepare extra bitter tea for Tosaka.
Go back to my room. Let's have the complicated talk tomorrow after Ilya wakes up.
After messing a lot with Saber, she drinks the bitter tea and stands up. Yeah, go to sleep. Don't come back.
Yeah, I'll leave the rest to you then.
I don't know what's so funny, but Tosaka leaves in a good mood.
What are you going to do, Shiro? You should not push yourself, even if your wounds have healed. I think you should rest for tonight.
Yeah, that's my plan, but I'll watch over Ilya for a bit longer. More. I'll move her to a room if there doesn't seem to be any problem, and I'll go to bed after that.
I see. Then I shall accompany you.
Our conversation ends there. It gets really awkward once it's quiet, as Tosaka was the loud one. No, awkwardness isn't the right word. Oh, awkward isn't the right word. There are things I'm worried about and things I need to say, so my mind is impatient. Come to think of it, what I want to tell her is all in a mess. About the Holy Grail, about her still being alive. Even if she doesn't obtain the Holy Grail, there's no salvation for the girl called Altria. I don't even need to say why. She has no wish for herself even now. Saber, about what we were discussing before. Our eyes meet. Her awkward eyes seem to know what I'm going to say.
Yes. What is it, Shiro?
She tries to block my question with a calm voice, but I have to tell her. About what we were saying earlier, Tosaka said it too that servants can stay if they obtain the Holy Grail, right? Then.
No, I have no intention of staying here. I will return to my original time once I obtain the Holy Grail.
You're going to redo the selection of the king? You're going to start everything over and not save yourself on the verge of death?
Right. It is the duty of the king to protect the country. My powers were not enough, so I must at least select an appropriate king in my place.
Her words really make me angry. You idiot, wake up. The duty of the king doesn't matter. You're here, so you should do what you want to you should do what you want to now. I won't allow you to have any other goals. You're strong, right? To finish this battle quickly, obtain the Holy Grail, and quit being a servant. If you have a wish, don't go to the past to redo everything. If you want to change yourself, don't change the past, but change who you are now. Saber doesn't answer. She gives a small sigh.
You are obstinate, Shiro. I want you to stop bringing this up.
She firmly rejects my opinion.
And it is not as if one can stay if one obtains the Holy Grail. Archer, that servant does not remain in this time because of the Holy Grail. It was impossible for anyone to obtain the Holy Grail in the last war.
Saber, what does that...
It is impossible to obtain what does not exist. On that day when the town was in flames, the Holy Grail was destroyed by the master who betrayed me, Emiya Kiritsugu.
My vision closes in. Hold my body steady with my hands and as it's about to fall. Emiya Kiritsugu?
Yes, he was my master 10 years ago in the previous Holy Grail War. I won to the end and the Holy Grail came into Kiritsugu's hands. Archer and his master still remained, so the Holy Grail War should have been ended by their defeat. But Kiritsugu threw the Holy Grail away. As a result, the town went into flames. That man ordered me to destroy the Holy Grail because servants are the only ones that can touch the Holy Grail. Kiritsugu used his last command spell to force me to destroy the Holy Grail. Servants cannot stay in this world once the Holy Grail disappears. Kiritsugu did not try to keep me here either. My memory ends there. I could not ask him about the betrayal, nor settle my match against Archer.
Well, it's not like I never thought about it. Father was a Magus. If he lived in this town all his life, he must have been involved in the Holy Grail War. But still, why don't you tell me that my father was a master, Saber?
Usually, a servant does not hold memories of previous summonings. The same hero will not be summoned as a servant again. I am an exception to this rule, so I believed I should not mention this fact to you, Shiro. And I did not wish to tell you what kind of master Kiritsugu was.
Why wouldn't you want to tell me?
Shiro, as you have seen in my past, in your dreams, I also saw your past. I was surprised by your past, but I could not believe how much Kiritsugu had changed. Emiya Kiritsugu is a great person in your memories, but he is not like that in my memories. To state it simply, he was a typical magus. He was only interested in his objectives, and he eliminated everything in his way. I could not see any human emotion in him. He only spoke to me 3 times during the whole war. I do not think I need to tell you when he spoke to me. He was not cruel nor a born killer, but he did not have anything that you would call emotion. Just as he treated me only as a tool, he treated himself only as an object. Kiritsugu killed every emotion and killed every enemy. I do not know what he believed in to make him do so, but he ordered me to destroy the Holy Grail when it was in front of him. To be honest, I have never cursed a command spell or a master who has betrayed me more than I did at that time.
There's some truth to Saber's words. No, they must all be true. Come to think of it, I don't know what Kiritsugu was like before that time, 10 years ago. I couldn't guess anything about him before that time, and I saw no need to learn about such things. It doesn't change a thing, even if Kiritsugu was cold-hearted. The man that adopted me was really childlike, so my memory is my only truth. But what hurts my heart is, if Kiritsugu was really a cold person, his last moments were just too empty. I see, maybe I was able to summon you because I'm his son.
I do not know. Kiritsugu summoned me in a legitimate way, as Kiritsugu's aptitude as a master was high. He was hired by a magus family with a long history and entered the Holy Grail War. I heard that everything he needed to become a master was provided by that family. They had excavated King Arthur's artifact from Cornwall and gave it to Kiritsugu to use in the Holy Grail War. Kiritsugu used it as a catalyst to summon me. So Kiritsugu himself does not have any factor to summon me, nor is his attribute close to mine. He probably summoned me because of some other factor.
But whatever happened to that catalyst after the war? I get it. It's not too surprising that father used to be a master. What's surprising is that his servant was King Arthur, the one standing in front of me right now. And one more thing. Saber said the Holy Grail was destroyed. Then, isn't this war completely meaningless? I don't get it. You already knew there's no Holy Grail anymore, right? So why'd you decide to take part in this ridiculous battle?
I certainly do not know if the Holy Grail actually exists, but it would be strange for there to be no Holy Grail if I am summoned. Have you forgotten, Shiro? I became a servant to obtain the Holy Grail. To put it another way, I would not be summoned unless the Holy Grail is present.
Ah, well, then the Holy Grail can restore itself even if it's destroyed?
No, the Holy Grail is not something easily replaceable. It would be impossible for a destroyed Holy Grail to be restored.
Then...
But it should exist. Servants are summoned since they are drawn to the Holy Grail. Servants would not exist if there is no Holy Grail. The priest said so as well.
Priest? Oh, him. The supervisor of the Holy Grail living at the church. That man that manages the Holy Grail must be able to answer all my questions. the end of the previous war. What happened to the destroyed Holy Grail and the servant Archer? And yes, what did Kiritsugu see at the end of the battle to make him destroy the Holy Grail? Wake up alone. Even if she has recovered, Saber still has to sleep periodically. Saber went to bed right away after that, and I went to bed too to relieve Saber. That was an hour ago. And it's past midnight. I'll be able to sneak out without Saber or Tosaka finding out now. I go out without making a sound. I thought about using the bicycle, but it'd be a problem if I wake them up by doing so. I guess I'll walk there. There's no one around. Even if it's midnight, the silence is abnormal. The air is frozen, and I can't sense life from any of the buildings. On the other hand, I feel a contradictory heat under the road, as if there's a whirlpool of something black. Has something happened to the town in the few days I was held at his place? It feels like ill omens are everywhere. It's not just me. I look up at the mountain in the distance. The Ryudo Temple, which is far away from the city, just looks like a black lump from here. It's just that it seems like it's throbbing along with the night wind. I cross the dark river and walk to Shinto. That's right, it's already been 10 days since then. That night I first met Saber and walked on this bridge with Tosaka seems like so long ago. I see the church. I've never been to the church, even though I told Tosaka that. I do have a connection to this church. I was supposed to be entrusted to the church and adopted somewhere later. The Emiya household or the church, come to think of it, it was a big turning point. 10 years ago, all the children in the hospital were orphans, and they were all temporarily entrusted to the church. I was the only one of them adopted from the hospital. That must be why. I feel kind of guilty and unconsciously avoided the church. That's why I told Tosaka it was my first time visiting the church on the night 11 days ago. The lights in the church are still on. I don't like the priest, but there's something I need to ask him. Well, let's go. I take a deep breath and go through the heavy doors. Priest Kotomine, are you here? I keep on walking while I call out. I can't sense anyone in the chapel. Even though the lights are on, it's so big and quiet that I feel more afraid than it would in complete darkness. Hey, is anyone here? There's no reply. I can't go in any farther, so maybe I should give up and go home for tonight. I instantly turn towards the sound. So, it is Emiya Shiro. What are you doing here at this time? The sudden encounter leaves me speechless. It is late. I was going to sleep, but your expression suggests that you seek confession here. Kotomine says so and returns to the door as he emerged from. Oh, no, wait, I had something I wanted to ask you. I know, I will not turn away anyone, even if they come at odd hours. So saying, Kotomine opens the door to the back of the chapel. Follow me. I'm sure that it has to do with the Holy Grail War. I cannot have us talk about such bloody subjects here. Kotomine disappears into the back without waiting for my reply. I've come this far, so I can't go back empty-handed. I renew my determination and go to not be intimidated by Kotomine and follow him. Wow, the outside was brilliant, but the inside is exquisite as well. Is this a courtyard? There's a park and a passageway that seem too elegant for Kotomine to live in alone. What are you doing? Come here if you have something to talk about. The priest turns yet another corner. Damn, he really doesn't wait. I follow him, complaining. The church is like a small maze, so I had to follow him obediently. You might recognize this room from Fate Zero.
Ooh.
At least I think it was in Fate Zero, or am I thinking of Unlimited Blade Works, or I don't know. It's a modest room made of stone. This inelegant room seems to be Kotomine's. I'm unfortunately out of alcohol. I have nothing to welcome you with, but forgive me. Kotomine says so while sitting down. Is this the faint smell of wine? You must really like it if the smell is lingering in this room.
He was going to give Emmy a wine?
Well, Shiki also drank some alcohol, so... What, do you not have something to talk to me about? It is bothersome if you just stand there dumbfounded. I'm not dumbfounded, I was just surprised by this room. I'll go home right away once I'm done with my business. Good. I do not have enough leisure time to socialize with children either. Keep your questions concise. As expected, I hate this guy. It feels like he can read my mind, and I feel intimidated when I talk to him. So, what is it you want to talk about, Emiyashiro? I believe I have already told you everything I can. Don't lie, you must have known about it. My father was Saber's master and destroyed the Holy Grail. You're the supervisor that manages the Holy Grail, so you must... Oh, did Saber say that? Yeah, I heard that's how the previous Holy Grail War ended. The priest sinks in silence as if pondering. It is unusual for a servant to retain their previous memories. Maybe Saber is a failure, or Saber herself is abnormal. Either way, you cannot claim she is a normal servant. Heroic spirits do not retain their memories, except when they do. There will be contradictions if they did not, since they are summoned into many ages, the past, present, and future. All they have are memories from when they were alive. Anything that happens to them after they become a heroic spirit should not remain in their memory. I need to make a note of the timestamp here, 135. I'll have to screen cap this later and share this with some people, because it's completely contradicted by FGO countless times. The priest ponders as he must not assent to the fact. I see. He doesn't know that Saber isn't a complete heroic spirit yet, so he's having trouble understanding. No, that's wrong. It seems that Saber's circumstances are different from the other servants. Different circumstances? I see. That must be why you came here. Alright, go ahead. I don't like his haughty attitude, but this is no time to oppose him. I don't like it, but this priest might give me some answers. It seems Saber isn't dead yet. She still hasn't completed the contract to become a heroic spirit. Something like, she wished for the Holy Grail on the verge of her death, and she agreed to become a heroic spirit as a price for obtaining it. So she isn't dead yet. She won't die until she obtains the Holy Grail, and said she'll become a complete servant when she does. Not dead. That must mean Saber is still in the cycle of rebirth, so she's not removed from the concept of time like other heroic spirits? Right. I think that's it. Tell Sakai said Saber's frozen in time by herself. I see. So rather than disappearing after she accomplishes something, she continues to be summoned as a heroic spirit until she obtains the Holy Grail. But the Holy Grail has not yet been obtained, so she returns to her deathbed every time she falls. She has been summoned into this time as well, bearing all her previous memories. Obtaining the Holy Grail in order to die. I do not understand heroes. And even if she does obtain it, all that is left for her is to be summoned as a servant. That's right, even if she does obtain the Holy Grail and gets her wish granted, she'll just become like the other servants, right? I don't think that. I don't think that. Anyways, what are servants? Oh wait. Oh, no, sorry. I don't like that. Anyway, what are servants? They say it's making heroes your familiars, but can that even be possible for a contradictory hero like Saber? I do not understand the system. Eternal continuation of the soul. The servant system is constructed by imitating that secret process. Only the deviser would know about this. Eternal continuation of the soul? No, it is just the past. It has nothing to do with this matter, so forget about it. So, Emiyashiro, you were saying that you want her to stop being a servant, correct? Did he guess right? I certainly think Sarah's situation is strange. It's fine that she wants to obtain the Holy Grail, but all that awaits is her elimination. If a king other than King Arthur is chosen and King Arthur is no more, I think it's wrong for her to be summoned as the hero King Arthur after that. So she can stop being a servant and lives as a normal human being. Oh, wait, that is impossible. Dead people will not come back to life. Even if her time is stopped, Saber is already dead for us. The power of the Holy Grail summons her into this time because she accepted the price of becoming a heroic spirit. If she does not seek the Holy Grail, she will not be summoned as a servant. As long as she seeks the Holy Grail, she will become a complete servant sooner or later. Even if she fails this time, she has infinite chances. Since Saber is still in the loop of time, she cannot be in two chances to obtain the Holy Grail at once, and she cannot redo a chance she has already failed. She will fail a chance she has already failed, no matter how many times she tries. Once she has experienced the result, she will not be able to change it. But still, it should only be a matter of time before she obtains the Holy Grail. This is not the only opportunity for her. To obtain the Holy Grail exists. Trials to obtain the Holy Grail exist in all ages. She continues to challenge each one, she will obtain the Holy Grail. From the beginning, she is being summoned as a heroic spirit because she obtained the Holy Grail as a result. From the moment she appeared in front of you, there was no way to stop her from becoming a servant. I thought so. As long as Saber seeks the Holy Grail, there's no way to stop her from being a servant. After all, she'll continue like this until Saber herself decides to use the Holy Grail for her own sake. Even if the Holy Grail War ends and there's no one to fight anymore, she will go on to the next chance to obtain the Holy Grail, if she cannot obtain it this time. Once she obtains it, she'll become this heroic spirit thing and be sent out to many ages. Then she'll continue to be a servant whether she obtains the Holy Grail or not. No, that is not the case. If the Holy Grail is truly omnipotent, it will be able to save Saber. Oh, a sec, I need some water. Huh? But you just said that was impossible. Yes, it is impossible to stop Saber from becoming a servant. But your wish for her to stay in this world is for her to stay in this world, is it not? Then it is not that difficult. You are able to keep her as a human even after the Holy Grail War ends, although she will return once she dies. How do I do that? The heroic spirit and servants are spurious. Normally, what is summoned as a heroic spirit does not have a mind. It is summoned as a tool to meet an objective and disappears. But servants are different. They are a true body summoned by the Holy Grail, so they can live as humans just by keeping them in this world. You can do such a thing? Saber said she disappeared when the Holy Grail was destroyed. Isn't it true that servants can't stay if the Holy Grail is gone? Of course, the Holy Grail merely summons these servants, and it is the role of the Master to maintain them after that. But that is possible only because the Holy Grail is aiding the Master. The magical energy of a Magus is not enough to maintain a servant. Just if one does not have a donor called the Holy Grail, their servant will disappear. I thought so, then. No, if you do not have enough, all you need to do is compensate for that. For servants, furnishing magical energy is only an act of compensation. It is their true nature to consume souls. If their existence starts to fade, it can be replenished using other souls. What? Does that mean attacking random people like Shinji did? Don't be ridiculous. I can't do such a thing. First of all, Saber wouldn't want to stay if she had to go that far. I see, then you would have to use the contents of the Holy Grail. It is simple. If you want Saber to live as a human being, you have her consume the Holy Grail. That will also increase her level cap to 95. Or, no, 92. He must have predicted my response. The priest's expression tells me that he was waiting to reach this conclusion from the beginning. You mean the Holy Grail? Have the Holy Grail grant my wish? No, it has nothing to do with your wish. It is the contents of the Holy Grail itself. Did you not hear from Rin? Servants are able to start a second life by drinking the water of the Holy Grail. That only means they have to become a familiar summoned in this age. Bodies will still be that of a servant, but they will be able to stay in this world as long as their master is alive. But that means that hasn't solved anything. Even if she can stay in this world, it's meaningless if she's still a servant. She can't exist without magical energy from her master. And even if she stays in this world like that, she returns to that hill after she dies. And Saber wouldn't do it. She isn't interested in a second life, and she hasn't gone to use the Holy Grail. And she said she's going to use the Holy Grail for another purpose. Oh, but first of all, the key to everything is the Holy Grail. Does that mean it still exists in this world? I get it. That just means I have to obtain the Holy Grail, right? But does the Holy Grail still exist? If my father destroyed it, then what? If there's no Holy Grail, there's no reason to fight. This ridiculous fight is pointless. You have no reason to fight, huh? Why do you say that now? You had no reason to fight from the very beginning. And he says so. Time freezes. No reason to fight. That's what this priest told me before. At that time, I just became a master and I didn't have much of a reason to fight. This is why I ignored it and thought it was just a sarcasm. But what about now? I have a reason to fight. If there is a Holy Grail, I want to end this fight and give it to Saber. I have a reason to fight. I have a reason to fight. So why do his words make my body shake so much that I want to vomit? We'll forget about that for now. Now is not the time to open up your wounds. I hear a voice. A voice I don't want to hear. But it makes my mysterious nausea stop. There is a Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is only a vessel anyways. If it goes away, the Preparer will prepare another one. The Preparer will prepare another one. Is the Holy Grail that easy to make? Just making the vessel is. Of course, one needs an appropriate skill, but the Holy Grail will not come to be without such a skill. First of all, the Holy Grail is not a cup that received the blood of God. It was based on a magical pot passed down from ancient times. You should know about it if you are a Magus. Utopia, it means an unreachable place in Greek. It is said that an omnipotent vessel exists there. And there were magi who tried to reproduce this omnipotent vessel. There were 3 families, Einsburn, Makiri, and Tosaka. They spent many generations researching the ritual to reproduce the omnipotent vessel and completed 200 years ago. That was the first Holy Grail War. The ritual that summoned the omnipotent vessel to the artificial Holy Grail to open up the path. Einsburn? You mean Ilya's family? Yes, the Einsburn specialized in the golden rule of the line. They were the best suited to make an imitation of the Holy Grail. But they cannot summon the Holy Grail with just that. They need a suitable land and a strong curse. The one who provided these were the Tosaka and the Makiri. Do you remember the name Makiri, Misaki?
Not really.
Oh, it was mentioned in FGO once, but since you don't remember, I'll just wait till the game explains it. But
Okay.
It's gonna be a while though, like on one of the other routes, but at least I think so. He might explain it here. At that time, the Church and the Magic Association were in the middle of a bloody war. Far East land was chosen as the place for the ritual. Einsburn must have invited Tosaka in because Tosaka was in charge of the land around here, and their master was a master of summoning. For Einsburn, the summoning of the Holy Grail would be impossible without the help of Tosaka. But betrayal could easily occur with 2 families involved. They must have thought 3 should be involved, as they also brought in the Makiri family. The Makiris are a family with history as well. They were the family most skilled with familiars. It was they that came up with a command spell to bind the servants. And they worked together to summon the Holy Grail, but when they succeeded, what came after was bloody killing. The first summoning of the Holy Grail ended while they were busy killing each other. As generations passed, they made rules called the Holy Grail War, and went back to cooperating at least in form. Tosaka provided the land and the system to model the servants, and Makiri provided the command spell to bind these servants. And Einsburn supplies the vessel for the Holy Grail to dwell in. That is the cooperation they decided on. The priest continues happily, as if something pleases him. But I see. They say the Holy Grail War is a ritual, but Ilya's family was the original proposer. So that is it. It is what the Einsburns that it was the Einsburns that prepared the Holy Grail. As they were portrayed by Kiritsu last time, they have thrown in their greatest trump card. The daughter of Einsburn probably holds the Holy Grail. Ilya has the Holy Grail? That's weird. I don't think she has anything with her. Well, are you happy now? I do not know what troubles you. But the only way to solve it is to use the Holy Grail. Now that you know that, go home. The battle is not yet over. You're crazy to be walking around without having Saber by your side. That's none of your business. I know there's still Lancer's Master. Hold on. There's one more thing I need to ask. Kotomine, servants will disappear once the Holy Grail disappears. That's what you said, right? Yes, do you have a problem with that? I do. I don't know who it is, but there's an 8th servant. According to Saber, he has remained in this world since the previous war. What? It must have been a surprise. Kotomine opens his eyes and mutters in disbelief. What's going on? I came here since I thought you would know. So you were saying there's a servant that did not disappear. It's not that strange. The previous war ended with Saber destroying the Holy Grail. So in other words, there was still another servant left. Saber disappeared by her own will, but if a servant wished to stay, then the answer is simple. He must have acquired the magical energy he needed by feeding on souls and lived these past 10 years. That's ridiculous. His presence was absurd. Your my father certainly would have noticed if that thing had been around for 10 years. I know. Someone was probably hiding him. The servant's master or... Wait, didn't he end up teaming up with them at the end? Or am I
I
misremembering?
I can't really remember. All I know is Kiritsugu's sus.
Yeah.
I mean,
or what?
they're all sus actually.
Yeah. A magus who knew about the Holy Grail War but did not become a master. I know one such person, but that is impossible as well. The old mockery has already retired. Kotomine must be satisfied as he gets up from the sofa. Like, I distinctly remember Kirei and Gilgamesh being together in the last scene, or like near the end. This is it. I cannot let this be as a supervisor. I shall investigate that servant. You should concentrate on your remaining battles with Lancer. Maybe the problem is that he's not supposed to get involved here, and that's why he's surprised. Kotomine walks to the exit as if there's nothing more to talk about. Well, there's certainly nothing more to be gained from being here. If I leave the dark room and follow Kotomine, who leads me to the exit silently. I leave the church. Behind me. Saber will die once she obtains the Holy Grail. You know what that means, don't you, Miyashiro? The priest asked me as if confirming it. The priest is looking down at me from the doorway. Saber will die if she obtains the Holy Grail. I already know that. Saber's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail, and she doesn't want the Holy Grail's power. Once she obtains the Holy Grail, nothing will bind her. She'll be freed from her situation, frozen on the verge of death, and she will die an unrewarded death on that hill. What's wrong? You're not the type to give that kind... What's wrong? You're not the type to give that kind of a warning, are you? I was just happy that you were supporting Saber and warning you out of kindness. Saber will disappear once she obtains the Holy Grail. If you wish to be with her, you should give up the Holy Grail. That's even more of a contradiction. I won't be able to keep Saber here if I don't have the Holy Grail. You do not need to rely on the Holy Grail. It's just that servant we were talking about. If you want to keep Saber, all you need to do is feed her souls. Don't play with me. I can't do that. I glare at the priest. I see. That is too bad. He must not even care about my glare as the priest is laughing. Then your only hope is the contents of the Holy Grail. Even if your servant does not wish it, all you have to do is keep one command spell. Your wish will be granted that way. The priest is saying, it doesn't matter even if Saber doesn't want it. That if I'm a master, I can just force Saber to drink using the power of the command spell. Oh, did I offend you? Don't glare at me so much. It's just a warning. Well, you could also respect Saber's choice. It is her life. We have no right to say anything about it. I shall investigate that servant tomorrow. Come here again if you feel like it. The door to the church closes. Looking up at the church, I grit my teeth, telling myself that I will never come here again. At least not on this timeline. I crossed the moonlit bridge. This is the place where I walked with Saber. At that time, I was just looking at the scenery, not thinking about anything. Saber will die if she obtains the Holy Grail. You know what that means, Miyashiro. I know. I know without him telling me. Why is everything so complicated? Saber must not obtain the Holy Grail. That's the only thing that can save her. If you wish to be with her, you should give up the Holy Grail. If you want to keep Saber, all you need to do is feed her souls. I can't do that. Even if I accepted that, Sarah wouldn't. She would rather disappear than do such things. She would disappear and repeat this kind of war. Then keep one command spell. That way your wish shall be granted. Damn, shut up, you shitty priest. I stop and punch the rails as if shaking off the command spell. Heart steel sound echoes through the night. That's the only sound around here. There's no people nor cars around. Damn, why am I even thinking about this? I lean on the rail and spit it out. I know we should just ignore Kotamine's opinion, but his words had a charm that made me unable to ignore them. What did I want to do, and what was I trying to fight for? At first, it was the end of the Holy Grail War. When did that purpose fade away and become secondary? Was it when I was obstinate about fighting by myself? Was it when I decided to cooperate with Saber after I painfully recognized how powerless I was? Or it's from the time I made a sword for her after that night in the ruins? I'm just trying to deceive myself with all that. I don't even need to think about it. Back then, when I met her in the moonlight, in that shed, my mind was already made up. But that would have been fine. If I hadn't found out because of the dreams, this probably would have ended before I knew it. But I found out. I couldn't leave her alone, and I decided I didn't want to lose her. I wanted to stay like this. I wanted to keep watching her smile. Ow. The girl watching the sunset alone on the Hill of Swords. My chest hurts thinking back to it. She never had time that was her own. I just don't like that. Kiritugu said we shouldn't let girls cry. I think a smiling face is much better than a crying one. That's why I was irritated when Saber wasn't smiling. But when I told her to smile, she said that it was better if she saw me smiling. It's like seeing stars through a telescope you can never reach. That you can never reach. Damn it. Look up at the night sky. Looking up at the star I can never reach. Drip. And I notice tear falls down my cheek. I like her. I say so to no one. However dull I am, I have to admit it. There's nothing I can do about it. I like her so much that I can cry for no reason.
Back. You're pretty late.
And then, Tosaka is sitting in the doorway. Tosaka, why are you...
Let's talk inside. Come in, you seem tired.
She takes my arm without asking me and starts to walk. It takes me to her room.
Here's some tea. It must have been cold outside.
She says so rather bluntly, but she's thoughtful. Yeah, thanks. Honestly, I appreciate the hot tea. It's about an hour to the neighboring town. Since I walk slowly, my body is freezing cold.
So, did you go to Kire's place?
She asked me directly. I see, so Tosaka knew all along. But she didn't even stop me. Just waited for me to come home and prepared me some tea. I made up my mind, and I appreciate Tosaka's thoughtfulness. That must be why. Yeah, I did. I had something I wanted to ask him. I replied honestly, not hiding anything.
I see. I won't ask what you want to do. That's fine with you, right?
Yeah, it wasn't anything too useful either. I just confirmed the situation.
I see, but I'm surprised that Saber isn't a complete servant yet. It's like a bad joke that the strongest servant is the least complete.
Yeah, Saber shouldn't have become a servant. I nod.
That's a surprise. Maybe you and Archer could have gotten along. He said the same thing you did.
Archer, you mean?
Yeah, Archer said he regrets it, so he doesn't want Saber to experience the same thing.
Why would you worry about Saber? Didn't he hate her?
That's true, but I think he might have been a knight with some connection to Saber. He was obviously going easy when he first fought Saber, right? I suspected it after that.
Really? But it didn't seem like Saber recognized him.
Is that so? But Saber was a king, right? So she can't have known all her people. And there's also the possibility she's forgotten him.
Hey now, we'll never get anywhere if you start saying things like that. If she sees him and doesn't recognize him, I think that means she doesn't know him.
That might not be true. According to the legend, there were many knights that got chased out of Camelot. He might have been one of them. If he was hiding his identity because of Saber, that would make sense.
Tosaka's actually talking to me. Is she trying to care for me? I don't think she's having much effect, but she's a nice girl. She's usually merciless, but she tries to help people when they're weakened. And so we trained tea together for a while. She must have run out of patience as she looks at me seriously.
So, what do you want to do, Shiro?
I'll go on a date tomorrow. I can't think of anything else, and I already decided it. So on my way home.
Wow, it's priorities.
Oh no, no, internet, please. No, not now. Come on. Oh, what the?
Uh-oh.
Are you still there, Misa?
Connection? Yeah, it was kind of getting... That was weird.
Okay, I think it's back. Hopefully that was a one-time thing. We made it 2 hours in without that happening. Okay, I think it's stable now. Okay. And then... Where did that solemn atmosphere go? After making a really rude face, Tosaka... burst into laughter.
Hold on, I wasn't ready for that. That's great. That's so amazingly selfish, Shiro.
Damn, now that I think about it calmly, I should have known it was going to happen. I'm such an idiot. Shut up. What's wrong with being selfish? I know this isn't the right time, but I won't let you interfere.
No, Shiro. Shiro, you're too funny.
Tosaka hits my back, holding her stomach. Gah. Could this be the worst treatment I've taken so far?
Oh, I'm laughing my heart out.
Okay, I forgot about this date. We're probably not going to be able to finish this route today. The last 2 days are much longer than I thought. Well,
It's okay.
Yeah.
I want to see the date.
Yeah. So I'll have to change the title of this stream later. She tries to catch her breath. That's good for you. It's not funny at all for me. I complain. Then
Do your best on the date. I like you guys.
Tosaka says so. Her attitude completely changed. Yeah, I will. I managed to reply. That was a real surprise attack. If she says the kind of thing with that kind of an expression, all I can do is nod. I return to my room. Saber is still asleep, and the mansion is quiet, like nothing has happened. It was raining today, but what will the weather be like tomorrow? Looking up at the moving clouds, I step out of character and wish for it to be sunny tomorrow. Yeah, we still got 2 days left here, 14 and 15. Moonlight. 1. So, before I realize it, it's morning already. I'm useless. I couldn't get any sleep at all. I stopped the alarm clock with a sigh. Today is my date with Saber, no matter what she says.
Wait, did he sleep in the shed?
It looks like it. I mean, it's still part of his daily routine, even with everything that's happening. So I'm gonna go take her place, take her places she hasn't been, and play around. The most important thing is for her to enjoy herself. I was trying to use my knowledge I don't have to come up with a plan for the day, but the alarm clock went off before I noticed the time. I set the alarm clock just in case. I couldn't come up with any good plans last night, so I borrowed it from Tosaka, thinking it might take a long time to come up with a plan. I used it going against my principles, but it was useless in the end. Come to think of it, I've never gone on a date before. I sigh again. That's the problem. Even more shocking than the fact that I couldn't get my sleep is the fact that I couldn't come up with any plan that might make a girl happy, even though I thought about it all night. Fine, I'll leave this to luck. I'll take her everywhere and make her realize what it means to have fun. Saber's a girl. If we go to cute looking stores, she's bound to have fun. Well, I think the plan might have some weak points, but I made up my mind, so that's what I'm going to do. It's not like I have any other ideas, so I'm going to entertain her today until she gives up.
Then Iliasville has not woken up yet? Nope, she's still asleep. It looks like it'll take her a bit longer to wake up. But I guess that's a good luck today. If she were awake, she'd be following Shido around and bothering him. Yes, we cannot have her continue to accompany Shido as she has been. It ended like that last night. But we are going to start seriously searching for the remaining master today. Shido cannot be concerned with Iliasville. Oh, that's not what I meant, but oh well. It won't do any good if I tell you, and this is yours and Shido's problem.
Tosaka tries to hide her laughter.
Huh? A problem for me and Shido?
Saber's expression questions me. We're done eating breakfast, so this is a good time. Saber's ready to go and search for masters, but I have willpower as well. I just need to come up with it like a man. About that, Saber. We'll be going to the neighboring town today, so if you need to get ready, do so now.
Looking for the master? In that case, I would have thought the suburbs would have been a better choice than the neighboring town.
No, we're going to hang out, so there's no point in going to the suburbs.
Huh?
Saber freezes. I really have to go back to get back at that person behind her who's trying not to laugh.
Shido? What do you mean by that? You are not going to hang out with Rin, but,
I'm going, so who else but you will come with me? Tosaka has something to do with this since she'll be staying here to take care of Ilya.
How ridiculous. We would not accomplish much even if we did search the neighboring town. Doing such a thing is meaningless. What are you trying to do?
Saber complains directly. This is what I expected, but the future looks troublesome, and she still thinks we're going to town to look for a master even after I told her clearly. Geez, you don't understand when I put it this clearly? In other words, I'm saying let's go out on a date. How about it? I ask, ignoring Tosaka's stare. I don't know how much she understands.
I do not understand what you're saying. Can you give me a concrete description?
She asks, even less happily. That flips a switch within me. It seems like caring for her is the opposite effect from when it comes to things like this. It seems to both our benefits to state it clearly.
Shiro, I will obey if you want to go into town, but please explain to me what you mean by going on this date.
Even though I'm familiar...
Even though I'm familiar with this age, there are words I still do not understand. Please do not use technical vocabulary.
It's not technical vocabulary. I'll tell you since you don't know. Going on a date means going out to play with a girl.
Huh?
Saber freezes.
A girl? You mean me?
She murmurs, still astonished. When I nod, Saber frowns even more unhappily.
I understand the meaning of the word, but I do not understand your intent. What is the reasoning behind such a thing?
Her reaction is unexpected. The intention of the date is obvious, but I'm a bit hesitant to tell Saber straight on.
Geez, she's misunderstanding because of the words you're using. Don't use the word date. Explain it to her in simpler terms.
Tosaka interrupts as if unable to ignore us.
Look, Saber, a date is basically a rendezvous. Shiro said he's going to play, but it's a chance for a man to appeal to a woman he likes.
I cough. Tosaka is right, but I think a date and a rendezvous are vastly different. But I shouldn't interrupt. It seems Saber finally understands what a date is. That's right, Saber. We're not going to fight today, but we're going to go into town instead. After all, we won't be able to fight during the daytime since there are a lot of people around. So we should be able to do whatever we want right now.
That is true, but this is too meaningless. There is no benefit for you in doing this.
That's not true. Even if it were, I wouldn't mind. I've already decided to spend today with you, so don't worry about me. Anyway, we're going into town today, so it won't change my mind no matter what. I stare straight on at Saber. After thinking with a serious face for a while.
Then, will you go into town by yourself even if I do not go?
Yeah, I'm definitely going, or the stuff I thought about all night would go to waste.
Then I will have to go with you. As a servant, I cannot leave my master alone.
With a deep sigh, Saber answers in her usual manner. Oops. I get really angry about her following me because she's my servant. But I managed to succeed in getting Saber out. So I just have to thank Saber to place... Take Saber to places without thinking too much about it.
Bring me back something.
It's just her to Tosaka to go to hell as she makes fun of me right to the end, and we go outside.
So, what are we going to do exactly, Shiro?
We'll go to the neighboring town. There's a bus from the intersection, so let's take that. So I believe there's also a date on the Unlimited Blade Works route, and I thought it was only on that route. That's why I forgot about this scene. But that date's a little different. The road is awfully quiet. It's past 9 on a weekday. The town is starting to come alive, but it must be a bit too early for people to start going anywhere. There's no one out on the road, and it's like we have the place to ourselves. Come to think of it, I'm starting to feel no resistance in skipping school. I've been at home all the time recently.
Of course, you are a master, so it would be strange for you to be out walking.
She replies sharply. She's walking behind me as usual, but it feels different today. To put it nicely, I feel pressure from behind me. Anyway, Saber's going to be harder to handle today. We get on the bus. It would have been full of people an hour ago, but there aren't many people using it at this time. The only people on the bus are an old lady and a kid, so it's like we have this place to ourselves. Let's sit at the back, Saber. I thought to Saber about to sit right at the front and sit at the back end of the bus. Saber watches the passing scenery silently. Looking at her, I realize how crazy I am being right now. Bus to the neighboring town is ordinary for me. But in this ordinary thing, there's something extraordinary. Well, in short, to be honest, my mind starts to twist like a Rubik's Cube, realizing what's about to go on, we're about to go on a date. Oh, crap, I'm getting really nervous. I take a deep breath, trying not to let Saber notice. And I know I shouldn't, but I sneak one more glance at Saber. My heart jumps. The Saber sitting next to me is the Saber I don't know. No, Saber herself is the same. All that's changed is the place. But still, just that makes me realize she is different. Something I didn't notice back at my place. This ordinary scene seems like a different world just because it has Saber in it. Her hair is like golden silk, and her green eyes are so beautiful that their mere presence is overwhelming. There wasn't much to compare her against. There wasn't much to compare her against up to now, so I forgot about it. I remember the time I first met Saber. I was probably avoiding her because I was embarrassed about being fascinated by her. No matter what Saber says, she's a girl before she is a swordsman for me. I don't know how to approach her, and I don't realize my feelings for her. Didn't realize my feelings for her. It seems I got the order wrong. I was finally able to believe in Saber with everything I have, and then I decided to go on a date with her. Just those two were in the wrong order, and I finally realized our day is about to begin. Just how big a deal it is to go on a date with a girl you like. But so what? I can only do my best, so I can't back out now. I calm myself and shake off my weak spirits. The bus has crossed the bridge, and it's going to the developing area where the buildings are. I breathe out and prepare myself. The announcer I'm so used to hearing announces the next stop, Shinto Station. It's still 9 in the morning, but the area in front of the station is crowded. Ah yes, it looks very crowded. Most shops open at 10, but cafes and bookstores are already open. There are already many more people than were at the Miyama City, and this place is as crowded as it is on the weekends. Getting off the bus, Saber looks around unhappily. It's only natural. Saber was against this date, and people passing by are looking at her curiously. She must not feel too good about that. Come to think of it, this was bound to happen if I brought Saber here in the morning. That's going to follow us around for the whole day. There's a way to calm it down. It's to make Saber have so much fun that she forgets about the people staring at her. Alright. I pound my fist and turn to Saber. Saber, I'll ask you first. Is there any place you want to go? We've come all the way here, so we should at least do whatever we want today.
I do not know. I have no such place that interests me. Before even doing that, I have no knowledge on which to base such a decision.
Really? That's too bad. I guess it's really up to luck. The future looks bad if you don't have anywhere you want to go, but I don't have any idea where to go.
I don't want to ask this, but do you not have a plan, Cheeto?
Well, I have a few, but no details. Let's just go to random stores. Well, it's still difficult. I know places where I won't get bored, but I can't imagine where a girl would be happy to go. Geez, if it's going to end up like this, I wish I'd gone out with a girl just once.
Honestly, please do not take offense. But there is something wrong with you. Your plan to take a rest is fine, but how can you not even have a plan for the rest?
Oh, Saber enters her scolding mode. This is the first time she's started to complain about something outside of the dojo. I knew she was irritated not being up for this and being looked at by curious eyes, but I don't think she was this irritated.
I've always wanted to object to your lack of planning. You're closely aware of everyone around you, but you treat yourself too carelessly. As a result, you yourself have to pay for the price for this discrepancy. Are you listening to me, Shido?
I am. So basically, you're not happy about being here right now, right? Well, it's natural you wouldn't like it since it's pretty obvious it's going to be boring going anywhere with me. Misaki?
It is not that, but I am saying now is not the time to be doing such things.
I know that, but I won't listen since I've already decided to have you accompany me today. I won't change my mind no matter what. Look at Saber. Saber just looks back at me in shock. But I'll listen if you have something to say. I'm sure you have complaints, so tell me them right now. I won't have to worry about making you unhappy if you do so. If you say you don't want to go on a date, I'll think of something else.
No, I do not think you have to do that. You have to go that far.
Saber averts her gaze and runs out of words. You have no complaints? Let's go. You have no requests, so don't get mad at me wherever we go. I consider an ordinary place like an aquarium. I decided to grab Saber's hand.
Hey, Shido. I have no complaints, but there is no need to hold my hand.
I don't want to waste time, so we'll be running for a while. I'll show you the way, so follow me.
No, I cannot do so in a situation like this.
I start to run without waiting for Saber's reply. Since I've talked big to Saber, I can't act miserable now. I just have to take her to every possible place I can think of. I run, holding Saber's hand. She must have accepted it as Saber finally stops complaining and follows me quietly. Well, it's before 10 o'clock. I'll make the 2 hours before lunchtime worthwhile and surprise her. To summarize, 2 hours went by like a storm. We went to a boutique I usually don't go to, and we played bowling while I taught her the rules. I couldn't find an aquarium, but we fed some birds in a park. We also went to an antique store, and I still think it was best not to go to the movie theater. Anyways, I kept taking her to places a girl might like for the past 2 hours, and there were many results. Honorable defeats and total defeats. But I don't think this is what people would call a date. It's more like a contest. Fight to the death where the first one to give up loses. Saber's the same as usual no matter where I take her. And she sometimes goes so quiet that I seriously start wondering if she's really mad. She gives no reaction, so I became desperate to make her happy at the next place I take her to. As a result, I became obstinate about making Saber smile and ran around different places all morning. It's already noon without much success. So Saber reminded me it's time for lunch. I decided to take a short break, but
Ooh, fancy.
yeah. What is this place? I complained once we're seated at the table.
I recommend the restaurant by the river if you're going to be having lunch.
That was the only advice Tosaka gave me last night.
Oh no, never accept her advice. She's rich.
I trusted her and chose this place, but I never thought it would be so fastidious. Look at the menu. Fortunately, the menu has a Japanese version of Japanese as well, so I had no problems reading it. The trouble is, I can't understand what kind of food is in front of the name, and the prices are outrageous. Mohan bars? I seriously don't know what I should order. I groaned looking at the menu.
Shido, did we not come by here to eat lunch?
I hear a rather frail voice from the other side of the table. Yeah, but it's too different from what I'm used to. I raised my head, and then there's Saber with an expression like a cornered rabbit. Saber?
This place is not suitable.
Yeah.
If this place is not suitable for lunch, let us return to the mansion. I prefer the food you prepare, Shido.
You mean you want to go home?
No, I do not want to go back home, but, today has been really exhausting, so I'm more tired than usual.
Really? I see. I thought about going out into town again after eating, but if you're tired, we can rest here for a while.
No, that is not what I meant. Tired was not the word I meant. It should have been...
Saber stops. The small gurgling sound was fortunately small enough that only I could hear. Oh, if she was hungry, she could have just told me.
Excuse me? So in other words, I'm saying it would be helpful for us to have lunch quickly.
Roger. Yeah, it's no fun, but let's order something safe and get our food quickly. It's simple if all we want are light snacks. Order 2 things from the lunch menu and decide to eat quickly. I consider what to do in the afternoon while drinking the after-meal coffee. What I learned this morning is that anything physical is not good. Saber gets serious when it comes to contests. It's good for me, but it makes Saber stand out even more. After we finished the game, Saber got angry because she caught all the attention she wanted to avoid. So we should avoid anywhere that involves moving around. Hey, Saber? I'm asking for the second time, but is there anywhere you want to go?
Me? No, there's not. I cannot tell, so I will leave it up to you.
Saying so, Saber lifts her teacup. Saber ordered English tea, and it seems she really likes the taste. We don't have much English tea at my place, and even if we did, it's all instant tea bags. It seems Saber was a bit dissatisfied with the drinks at my house, as she seems to like English tea. I should put that into consideration starting tonight. Saber is sitting there and drinking tea. She doesn't seem happy or bored. If I had to use one word to describe her, it'd be she looks natural. She drinks her tea sitting up straight in the shadows of the streaming sunlight. Even though this is the first time I've seen such a thing, it doesn't seem strange. It feels like I've seen such a sight before. Why do I feel that? Saber I know is a tense girl who's always holding a sword and fighting. Oh, I see. But it's only natural. I also know her attitude after she lets go of her sword. Once she stops fighting, Saber has always been calm and gentle. The scene looks natural rather than new because this is her true nature. No matter how superior she is as a swordsman, it's natural for Saber to be like this. Rather, it's abnormal for her to hold a sword at all. I once thought in my dreams that she wasn't suited for fighting. I don't think I'm wrong. No matter how superior her technique, or no matter how many battles she's experienced, as long as she is who she is, it can't have been a comfortable place to be. So this is natural. Saber is resting, not holding a sword. This calm scene is the way she should be. I do the same thing in the afternoon. I go to every place I can think of, and Saber follows me silently. It's not as painful as it was in the morning. I don't know if it's because I'm getting used to it or whether Saber is complying. Saber still isn't talkative, but if I look closely, her expression isn't like it is when she's mad. There's a feeling of accomplishment and happiness when I see Saber leave a shop with light steps. So, considering many factors that might make Saber happy from many angles, it's a bit dubious, but I've determined that this shop will be the best suited for Saber.
Only bears?
Yeah.
What?
Saber stands there dumbfounded. I don't know if her shoulders are shaking because she's angry or because she's deeply moved.
Shido, this is...
The biggest stuffed animal shop in town. I've never been here before since men aren't allowed in.
Wait, what?
Of course, it's actually not a rule like that. But since there's only women and no men, it's like an unwritten rule. To prove it, there are only girls in here. Golden-haired Saber is being stared at, but being a guy, I'm being glared at. I'm sure they want to tell me not to come into their sanctuary. I feel the same way. I would not approve of men entering this place. Let's ignore everyone and look around since we're here. Saber, is there an animal you like?
I feel that lions and panthers are lovely, but is that strange?
She asked me with upturned eyes. I look away instantly and continue my laughter. The funny thing is, Saber is strange for thinking she's strange for thinking she's strange for thinking lions are cute.
Shido, that gesture was unnatural. I feel unreasonable anger, but perhaps it is just my imagination.
Oh, sorry. Liking lions is so like you, I had to laugh.
How dare you laugh at other people's preferences? There's nothing wrong with lions.
I'm telling you, I'm sorry. I'll take you somewhere good as an apology, so don't get mad. I go into the store while trying to hold my laughter. It looks like the stuffed animals are that way. So, it's taken about an hour to go around the store. I looked at Saber staring at stuffed animals and felt really nervous with all the girls there. Anyway, it was the most tiring hour so far. The worst part is, we've only looked through half the store. It took us this long to just look at half of it because Saber was frequently paralyzed. I mean, Saber kept staring down stuffed animals. Looks like Saber is interested in the other half too, so I'll have to accompany her.
Shido, why are you sighing? Are you tired from walking?
Yeah, I'm a bit tired. I'm usually not so weak, but this place is special. I guess I shouldn't be doing things I'm not accustomed to. I let out a big sigh. I don't mind being looked at by other people while walking with Saber, but a girl's only place like this is really uncomfortable. Boredom sometimes tires one's body. How about you? This would be your first time in a place like this. Tell me if you're tired.
I certainly do not feel calm. But you look more uncomfortable, not just here. But you seemed this way in the previous store and the store before that. I do not want to think this, but are you choosing places you do not wish to go to?
For me, Saber's words are enough to cast away my worries. Yeah, to be honest, I'm choosing places I don't like.
As I thought, why do you continue to choose places you are unfamiliar with? You will.
Well, because these kinds of places are suitable for girls. I'm the one that started this whole thing, and today's your day as well. And it's not that uncomfortable either. It's fine since you're with me. I have such a cute girl with me, so people might get jealous, but I'll never be out of place.
How ridiculous. I am a servant even though I am not armed. You do not need to treat me as a woman just because we are not fighting. Please treat me as a servant as usual.
You're the ridiculous one. You're a girl to begin with. It's not like I'm treating you any differently today. Am I acting any differently? Am I acting any differently?
Oh.
In astonishment, Saber opens her mouth as if she just realized that.
No, you are the same. You are acting the same as always, Shiro.
Yeah, so you don't need to worry about me. So let's go. We're going to buy you one you like the most. So you have to look at the remaining half. I take Saber's hand. Saber silently follows me.
That is right. It has been like this from the start, but I did not realize until this moment.
She murmurs to herself. The unusual day goes by quickly. Saber never laughed, nor could I laugh from my heart. It's not like there was any memorable moments, nor were so boring that I regret doing it. To be frank, this was nothing. Saber might have been happier if we'd stayed at the mansion and traded together. Today wasn't bad. It wasn't fun or boring, but I could be proud of it to the end. After the battle is over and everything goes back to normal, it'll be too sad if all the time Saber and I have was spent fighting. Even if it's something stupid, she has to spend some time not fighting, or there's no point in her being here. So I could be proud of myself for now. The end is near. With everything coming to an end, when there's no more need to fight, Saber will remember this moment and remember that this happened. That alone is enough for me to be proud of. We go home on foot, because Saber said,
Walk home.
just as I decided to go home by bus. There's some wind now. The vivid setting sun is lighting the bridge red.
Oh.
Saber notices something and stops. She's watching a mountain of rubble. It's not that tall, even though it's a mountain of rubble. Steel frames in the lake are piled right up to the water surface and are slightly distorting the flow of the river. I don't know why, but it seems like a ship sank or something. The pieces of it float into the mountain. I heard the local residents have been demanding its removal for a long time since it damages the beautiful sight. What's wrong, Saber? Did that catch your attention?
No, I was noticing that it still remains because I was the cause of it. I used the noble phantasm here, having fought on water in the previous war. The only damage was that the river dried up, but I also destroyed the ship that was unfortunately anchored there.
Huh? You mean Excalibur?
Yes, but fortunately, nobody was on board and the damage was minimal. The river is back to normal, so you should not get so mad. I regret it as well.
I should watch out. I have to take care to only use Excalibur in open places like this.
Shiro, are you still mad?
No, I'm not mad. I was just surprised. I was just thinking how many traces there are from the last war. Rubble on the river shouldn't be a problem compared to wasteland in the park. Well, I guess it was unfortunate for the owner of that ship.
Please do not worry, as Kiritsugu said that the owner had insurance. He parked the ship there as a buffer, so he used the ship as a wall to reduce the power of the noble phantasm.
Oh, so you destroyed the ship knowing it was there?
I did not know. Kiritsugu prepared it without telling me. I think Kiritsugu knew how the battle would turn out. I did not notice since he never said anything before or after he prepared the ship.
Saber looks down at the river yearningly. The water surface reflects the sunset. Wind coming from the river is a bit strong and flutters Saber's hair. Okay, I remember the fight on the river, but I don't remember the boat. Do you?
No.
Supposedly, I think Nazu has said that Zero isn't 100% consistent with Stay Night, and so it's technically an alternate universe that just has very similar events to Stay Night's past. I guess that's one of those things. Is it because she looks so beautiful like that? Saber, did you have fun today? I was assaulted by a sudden fear that Saber might just disappear, and I asked something I don't need to ask.
Huh? Did you say something, Shiro?
Yeah, I asked if you had fun today. She gasps. Saber opens her eyes in amazement.
She looks happy.
Yeah.
Yes, I would be lying if I said this was not new to me.
She says so in a voice of hope, as if such a thing will never happen again. I knew that what her answer would be. All I can do now is nod and just go home. Everything, everything can return to the way it was, just like that. I see. I nod, looking at Saber. Then let's go again. It's not like this date has to be the last time. And I say something I won't be able to take back. Saber freezes. She must have realized what I want to say. She shakes her head, looking directly at me. As if saying there won't be a next time. As if this mistake is only for today. Why? I know Saber's answer. But I ask, not liking the answer I expect.
I do not even need to explain. Servants exist to fight. A day like today is merely denying my own existence. I obeyed since you decided to take a rest, but I believe resting should not be necessary from now on. There are only a few enemies left. I would like to start searching for Lancer right now if you would order me to.
She looks at me with eyes full of fire. Saber is saying she will start fighting right now if I order her to. That causes me to get mad about all the things I can't approve of. What's with that? You really want to fight that much?
Of course. I draw closer to the Holy Grail the more I fight. Battle should be prioritized over everything. You should know this as well. You should know that as well.
Yeah, I understand. That's why it's strange. I've always wanted to say this, but you're contradicting yourself. You say fighting is important, but you don't like fighting. You're fighting against your will because there's no other way, right?
Well, that is not true. I do not hesitate to fight. I've already told you that I would do anything to win.
Yeah, she did say that. That's not a reason to like fighting. As far as you can manage, right? Look, Saber, if you just want to defeat other masters and obtain the Holy Grail, you could just attack people and take their power, but you don't want to do that, right?
That is...
It's not that you don't want to involve innocent people. You know well enough that people will be dying once you start fighting. That's why you want to minimize the battles. People will die if you fight. So if you want to end the battle as quickly as possible, in other words, you're frightened of fights with victims. She gasps. After opening her eyes as if she's seen a ghost, she grits her teeth and strains her stare.
You are wrong. I do not fear battles.
Yeah, I don't think you were ever scared, because an individual's fear must have been suppressed by what you could call the king's mission. But you still fear battles. You were strong and good at fighting, but that's not a talent you ever wanted, right? I'll say this honestly, fighting doesn't suit you. You must have hated even pulling out that sword. You claim that fighting is your only objective is just an excuse to try to deceive yourself. It's so simple. Why didn't you or anybody else notice it?
Shido, I would not tolerate any more insults, even from you.
You can't say it because it's the truth, right? You can't stand it because it's the truth, right? You won't be able to fight anymore if you admit it. She grits her teeth. Saber glares at me in anger. I can't back away. If I believe I'm right, I can't run away. So you should stop. You want to stop too, right? You must know fighting doesn't suit you, so just quit it. Stop being a servant to do something that suits you. She nods to regain the happiness she should have had as a human. For that, How
ridiculous. Yeah. I have no choices besides fighting. I only exist to obtain the Holy Grail. I submitted my body to fulfill my promise as the king. I cannot allow any other use for myself.
I only existed to obtain the Holy Grail. That annoys me the most. Why does she say ridiculous things like that as if to convince herself? Everyone around her took her word because she kept saying things like that. You idiot, that's not true. There are infinite ways. You're here and different from before. So you have to live for yourself. Don't make any mistakes and don't use the Holy Grail. Final wish, she's permitted. Don't use it for people you don't care about. If you're here, you need to be happy here. You need to be happy here. You hear the wind. Saber doesn't answer. She doesn't even nod. She just looks back at me.
I cannot accept your words. I made a contract to obey you, but I did not give you my heart, master.
She replies with a strong voice.
I cannot forsake my oath as a king. There is a duty I must fulfill as a king. King Arthur's goal is to obtain the Holy Grail. Even if I achieve that goal, I will not return to being Artoria. I've only ever had one wish. This wish has never changed since I pulled out the sword.
Why? That's not a thing you have to do. It's wrong for you to be unrewarded for your actions. You don't need the Holy Grail, and the Saber's wish won't come true. It's impossible to erase everything that's happened. Saber, you can't redo what's already done. No, I think it's something you mustn't do. You should know that.
No, that is not true.
I'll tell you. However bad the result, you can't change what's happened. Wanting to redo something because you couldn't do it is just a childish selfishness. Our words end there. Saber doesn't say anything, and I don't have anything to say. The wind stops as well. No, the wind hasn't stopped. It's only died down for a second. Another sound of wind, just as I feel the wind on my cheek.
I thought you would understand, Shiro.
The wind has changed into a headwind. Is it
All you wanted to say after wasting this meaningful day?
a cold voice? It contains only rejection.
Do not be so conceited. What makes you think you understand me? You have no right to invade me. Do not fight. What are you saying when you need me to protect you? Please give me that nonsense after you are able to fight on your own. Humph. I do not think that will ever occur.
No, it's not nonsense.
It is nonsense. Think about myself. That goes for you as well. You do not consider your life. You say I'm mistaken, but you're even more mistaken. Only corpses consider others more important than themselves. How can a fool who does not even know the value of his own life, address me so?
What? Saber, you...
Did I annoy you? Then I will not mind if you dissolve your contract with me. You do not need the Holy Grail anyway. I will defeat the remaining masters of myself and obtain the Holy Grail myself. If you do not wish to fight, you can go and hide somewhere far away.
Saber, are you serious? I ask with a trembling voice. My teeth are chattering because I'm suppressing my emotion.
Of course. My only goal is the Holy Grail. Everything else is unnecessary. You are no exception, Shiro.
The hammer comes down. I bare my head going white and stop myself from raising my fist. You blockhead. Fine, if you want to fight, go ahead and do what you want. I don't care anymore. I can't stop my emotions. I yell what sounds like an excuse to run away from Saber. I get away from her, but for a moment. I think I see Saber standing there absent-mindedly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I run. I keep running, not knowing what's so vexing or maddening.
Everything is unnecessary. You are no exception, Shiro.
I grit my teeth hard and stop myself from yelling out. Just remembering it makes me white out, and I might run into a pole or something. No, it would be easy if I could do that. I was just angry at Saber. I could just take it out on something. But that's not the case of this fury. It's not just Saber I'm mad at. It's so vexing, and I keep running away so hard because I hate how weak I am. Saber was standing there absent-mindedly. The word she just said is just as the winds change directions.
I thought you would understand, Shiro.
Damn it, you idiot. I don't understand. I spit that out, then regretted so much that I almost fall. What was it about? Her voice like a farewell sounded like she was crying. Come to think of it, maybe those words were the only honest thing to say. Those words murmured with her head hung. The voice of hope, disappointment, and wishes. Then, who was the betrayer and who was betrayed? I run into my room and shut the door. I collapse. I don't want to stand up. I just want to lie down and go to sleep. But my body is still burning. My heart feels like it's splitting open and my lungs are desperate for air. I ran full speed from the bridge to here. My body must be exhausted. I haven't run enough emotionally, but my body is telling me to calm down. I slowly calm down. I take deep breaths and let it out. After I settle my breathing, all that fills my head is the question of why I was so enraged. I don't even have to think about it. I just ran as if throwing something off me because I was so powerless. I can't save Saber. That fact was so vexing that I was angry at myself. I can't do anything. I promised to make her laugh. I promised to protect her, but I couldn't do that. That makes me furious. But what can I do? It's useless for anyone to say anything if Saber herself doesn't want happiness. That's why I tried hard, so she'd be able to figure out find her own happiness. But she told me that was meaningless, and on top of that, she called me a fool. A fool who doesn't even know the value of his own life, huh? What can I do when she says that? I value my life as well, and I don't want anything like that. I won't do anything that might endanger it. But that has nothing to do with Saber. I think it's unfair of her to bring it up right there. No matter how stupid I am, I'm sure Saber's wrong. But if she denies it like that, I can't do anything. Damn it. Maybe she can do... Man, she can do whatever she likes. I turn over and lie on my stomach. The floor is the only view, so I close my eyes and black out my mind. That's it. I don't care about Saber anymore. The Holy Grail is so important to her, she can go marry it. She is so obstinate that she doesn't understand after I've told her this much. I'll be burned if I associate with her anymore. No, I'm seriously hurt. Oh!
Wow, I didn't expect that. 1 second, you gotta mark the time.
Alright, 2:59. Alright, I'm putting the screen up just in case it happens again. I've already been hurt, though. Not just burned. I met her, fought with her many times, and even had sex with her, even though it was just to survive. The heat of the night wasn't to burn, but it almost killed my brain. Why? Why do I recall such a thing when I'm so pissed off? If I recall that, it won't matter what Saber says. Something only used to fight. Then don't show your weak points. Your weak parts. Anyway, Saber is unfair. I don't know what's so unfair, but I think it's unfair that I don't know what's unfair. I can't hate her even though I'm this mad. The more I try to ignore her, the more I can't. It's such a contradiction. Her whole existence is unfair. I can't hate her no matter what. Damn it. I guess the one who's in love loses. But I can't help it. I can't give up no matter how useless she tells me it is. I have to keep trying until the end. No matter how much Saber hates it or rejects me, if I believe I'm right.
I thought you would understand, Jiro.
I remember her face, but about to cry. In the future, will she make that kind of face every time I repeat this? But still, I can't agree no matter what. Even if I'm wrong and Saber's right. If she's really important to me, I can never apologize to her. Alright, I think we're fine. I thought I heard a sound. When did the sun set? The room is dark. The sound of the second hand of my clock is annoying. Okay, that's Rin.
Okay. Hey, how long are you going to sleep? I need you to wake up. Wake up already. It's past 10 o'clock. Ilya's bugging me to get dinner ready, so wake up and go keep her company.
An angry voice. That wakes me up completely. Past 10? I get up quickly.
Yep, 10:17 to be exact. It's way past dinner time.
Tosaka looks flabbergasted. Sorry, I fell asleep. I'll go right away, so wait for me in the living room.
That's fine, but where's Saber?
Well, if she's not here, she must be in the dojo or the living room.
Jiro, I'm asking you because she's not here.
Tosaka is serious. That tells me what the situation is in an instant. She's not back? Hold on. Oh, no.
Jiro, what do you mean by that?
Tosaka runs out of the room after me. I don't have time to explain. I run outside, ignoring Tosaka's words behind me. The town is quiet. A world like yesterday, where all signs of people have vanished. I don't have enough composure to think it strange now. Saber isn't back. Come to think of it, that's only natural. We argued so much. She said she would fight by herself. So, considering her personality, she really would go and fight by herself. Saber could be anywhere. It's possible that I won't find her, and she's fighting Lancer right now. But still, I came here first. The air by the river is cold. The park is so cold that it feels like frost is packed here. My breath is white, and my cheeks and ears hurt. It's so cold here, so how cold must it be on the bridge where the wind from the river rises? That's where she is standing. Right where I fled from her. Saber is looking out at the river, not doing anything. Is she looking at the long gone sunset? Her gaze into the distance seems to be watching a red horizon that has already disappeared. This makes me realize she's strong yet so weak. Her gallant figure must be proof that she could live without anybody's help. But she's also so weak that my hand might go through her if I reach out. She can't do it alone, but she defends her pride until the end. That's why it was the same for me, watching stars that cannot be reached. The girl stares at the distant sunset as if she knows nothing else. I can't leave her alone. If I lost, it was a complete loss for me. It was a complete loss for me. It made me swear to myself that I would never let her make such a face. I walked to the bridge. I'm making sounds, but Saber doesn't notice. I walk towards her in silence and sit next to her. Saber, you'll freeze if you stay out here. She jumps. She must finally have noticed me.
Jiro?
Saber turns around as if to question me. What are you doing out so late? Tosaka was worried since you didn't come home.
I see. I should apologize to her.
It's fine, but why were you here? Well, it doesn't matter since it was easy for me to find you.
I was still here because I did not yet know where to go. You told me to do as I wished, so I tried to do so. But I could not think about what I should do or where I want to go. So I was thinking all this time about where I should be going.
She speaks like a lost child. She must feel guilty as Saber keeps averting her gaze. We did have that big fight. It's only natural for her to think I'm still mad.
I'm sorry. But please tell Rin she has helped me very much. I shall return to you once I defeat Lancer and obtain the Holy Grail, so until then...
She starts saying she'll wander around without a place to return to. What are you talking about? You're coming back to my house, right? I prepared your bed and your food.
But you said you do not understand me.
That's right. I don't know what you're thinking. So saying, I take Saber's hand.
Shiro.
Let's go home. Even a servant will catch a cold if they stand out here this long. Let's hurry back and eat something warm.
But I...
And I won't apologize to you. If you have any complaints, tell me now. I say so rudely, looking away from Saber. She looks at me, astonished. She looks like she wants to apologize, but I ignore her. That must have worked on her. Saber doesn't say anything, and follows while holding my hand. We come down from the bridge and into the park. It's 11 o'clock. There's nobody in the park, but it's overly decorated with things like a fountain and streetlights. We keep walking. Saber is walking slowly. She was standing on the bridge for more than 5 hours. She must be freezing and tired as well. She falls forward sometimes as I pull her by the hand. Should I walk slower, Saber? You don't seem to be doing well. I turn around to check on her.
No, I feel fine. It's just that is it not because of Rin? But it really seems like a rendezvous if we are holding hands like this.
Eh? So, hearing that, I feel my face burn up in an instant. Yeah, should I let go? I mean, if you don't like it.
No, this is fine. Your hand is warm and very comforting.
Our conversation ends right there. I walk on to hide my embarrassment. Saber silently accompanies me. How much further is it to the mansion? I feel embarrassed by the warmth in my hand as I leave the park. Many things happen today. But if it ends with this warmth, I can change religion and start to pray with that priest. But the instant I think so. Where are you going? Do not take what is mine, kid. Meet someone we never should have met. My happy mind freezes in an instant. Goosebumps form all over my body, and my throat won't move as if it's forgotten how to breathe.
Shiro.
Must be the same for Sarah behind me. Her hand holds me tightly. Just as I feel an unavoidable death, Saber too feels an inconceivable desperation. Yes, he's rarely seen casual clothes. I've kept you waiting, Saber. I've come for you as promised. His voice sounds like he's sneering. Haughty and merciless. I can feel no human emotion in his arrogance. Nothing that has ever considered the opinion of others. Dude, you had like you had several hours to go get Saber while she was waiting on the bridge.
I know, right?
Yeah. Archer. My voice is shaking. The golden servant. The unknown heroic spirit who swept away the bone creatures and even cast her herself without any difficulty. That monster is in front of us. He's so close to us. At a distance with which we could start fighting if we wanted to face a death greater than Berserker. What's wrong, Saber? I have come especially for you. It would be rude to stay silent. Or do you intend to play around for a bit before you become mine, King of Knights? Archer stifles his laughter happily. His eyes aren't looking at me. He's only watching Saber. With his rude red eyes, he's looking at her as if evaluating a work of art. Saber's presence changes. She must have prepared herself. Unlike me, unable to even move a finger, she's already glaring at the enemy servant.
Shido, I will block his first attack no matter what. Please retreat from here in that time. I know how hard that is, but that is all I can manage against this servant.
Her back asks me to forgive her. Even Saber can only manage to block his first attack. The chance of success of retreating from this guy like this is low. Saber is asking for my forgiveness for that low chance. Probably. She knows she has no way to defeat that servant. She can't do that. This is different from when we fought Berserker. For some reason, I know that making Saber fight the servant will be bad. No, I may know the reason. I felt it when I saw his noble phantasms last night. Saber will not be able to beat this man no matter what. It's not about skills as a swordsman. Before that, the prerequisites are wrong. As long as there are heroic spirits, no heroic spirit will be able to beat him. No, you're the one who's running away, Saber.
Shido?
I cover Saber and face Archer. Oh? Yeah, you had a master, huh? He was so shabby that I thought he was a dog or something. He says happily. The man raises his hand and slowly brings his fingers together. I feel sick. I'll be killed if I don't retreat now. There's no reason or logic behind it. I just feel instinctively that I'll be killed if I stay in front of him and... Go, Saber. The church is nearby. He should be able to shelter you even against him. Push Saber away and run off as if shaking off the premonition of death attacking me. There's only one thing to do. I'll run up to him, project Saber's sword like when I fought Berserker, and... My body flies. What happened? The instant the man clicked his fingers, something appeared right beside me. Ow! I could tell it was a big hammer, and that it was just smashed away, flying across the ground like trash. Ha! I can't move. Feels like all the bones of my body are broken. I can't feel my limbs, and my pain is numbed, and I can't even tell if I'm alive or not. I will not kill you. Saber will disappear if I killed you now. It is against my will, but I shall let you live until the Holy Grail appears. The man laughs. I move my hands to try to get up, but my body won't move at all. My blood isn't flowing. It feels like the energy to move my body has stopped reaching my limbs. But do not be conceited, lowlife. There are ways to let a servant stay in this world without you. It's just that this is the least troublesome state. I will kill you if you annoy me. That kills my mind. He will kill me if I move anymore. He will do so without hesitation. How could anyone move after being told that? Saber tries to run to me. Where are you going? There's no one left to intrude. That piece of shit is not a man you should be running to. But the man won't allow that. He stands before me and waits for Saber to come to him. I love the look on his face. Saber stops and glares at the man. Then there's about 10 meters between them. It's a distance Saber would be able to close instantly, but... It seems you are not willing to come to me. I find that hard to understand. A heroic spirit like you must know how valuable it is to be chosen by me. Misaki?
Okay, I had to redo the thing, that's why.
Oh, okay.
I had to press it. Cut off for some reason.
Should I reset it for you, or...?
I think it should be fine because I have to press reconnect since sometimes Discord.
Oh, okay.
Nonsense. I am a king, even though I'm a heroic spirit. I will not submit to you.
Is that so? Even if you are a king, you're still a woman. It should be a woman's joy to be held down and be violated. So why do you refuse? It's not like you are a virgin. Are you scared to become mine?
You.
Do not resent me so. I do not only take, I shall give you pleasure equally. If you are to become mine, I will literally give you everything in this world. Be proud, I have accepted that you have such value. The man moves. He opens his arms as if to accept Saber. That's right, you do not need to be a guardian, nor will you return to your point of death. I will say this once more, Saber. Be mine. Let us enjoy our second lives in this world.
I refuse. I have no interest in such things, and most of all, I do not want to live with you.
She does not nod or retreat. Saber looks at Archer head on. He stops. I don't know what's so funny, but that man starts laughing. Great, that is what I expect from the woman I chose. Yes, there must be at least one that will not obey me. Alright then, I shall do so by force. After I attain the Holy Grail, I shall pour its contents onto you. By the way, in Fate Unlimited Codes, the fighting game spin-off, in Gilgamesh's story, he actually does that. Like
Wow.
that's his ending. Rejoice, Saber. You will not need your master after that. You will be taking all the power of the omnipotent vessel. You should not be familiar to humans like servants. Be a familiar to humans. The man says so with satisfaction. To that, Saber replies,
Archer, what is your intention?
she must have realized that fighting is the only way. Saber asks for her enemy's reason at the end, but the man's answer is an unexpected one. Intention? I do not understand. I do not remember. Unfortunately, I have obtained everything, so there's nothing I wish for.
You do not seek the Holy Grail?
The Holy Grail? Oh, immortality. I gave that to the snake.
You gave immortality to a snake?
Saber's presence freezes. What was that conversation? Saber shakes her head and tries to deny the word. But this world is interesting. Oh, he's referring to his original myth, by the way. Like although the version I read did not have a snake in it. I think that was like a later version. But this world is interesting. The basic principles do not change, but the decorations are so elaborate that it seems different when it's come this far. In this case, it will not be too bad to reign over this world. Yes, I think that it is my intent. If I were to let me do that efficiently, the Holy Grail is not without use.
The desire to rule? You are despicable, Archer. You seek the Holy Grail for such a purpose?
I do not seek it. Everything in this world is mine. I just do not like others using what is mine. You too should hate having your holy sword used by strangers, King of Knights. Saber's body grows misty. After a brief flash, Saber is wearing her silver armor. Oh? The man does not even move. In the next instant, Saber dashes forward. She runs up to the man instantly and slashes her invisible sword with deadly speed. Repelled, Saber jumps backwards. Saber's armor is materialized from her magical energy. Her armor must be the same as well. In the short battle, the enemy has armed himself. Saber looks calmly at Archer, holding her sword ready. Even with her stare, the man does not stop smiling. Alright, I shall allow you to oppose me, Saber. The enemy happily announces the beginning of the battle. A white light runs through the darkness. Saber, running up to the Golden Knight without hesitation, slashes her sword down, surrounded by lightning. One blow, 2, 3, 4. Each time Saber's sword finds the enemy, blinding light is released. The combination's like a strobe. It's just like when I first saw Saber when she fought Lancer. Saber drives magical energy into her sword and strikes with it like lightning. Sword and armor clash. The man hasn't even drawn his weapon yet. Saber's sword in front of him. He's just protecting his head with his hands. The man does not have the skill to block Saber's sword. Saber is much better than this man at sword techniques. On top of that, Saber's sword is invisible. Even if the man had a weapon, I don't think he would be able to block that invisible sword. The invisible sword keeps hitting the man's armor. The sword smashes against the armor, shaves it, letting off light sparks. All the man can do is protect his head with his hands. This isn't even a match. This is just a one-sided elimination, but still the golden armor retains its shape. The armor is free of damage even after taking Saber's attack so many times. Could it be that his noble phantasm is this golden armor? Heh. I guess any more would be bad. You certainly do have a large supply of magical energy. My armor does not give out often, but... The enemy who is merely defending raises his arm. Not towards Saber. I don't know why, but the man has raised his hand to the night sky and... Enough playing around. Offer me your body, right here. Is it an illusion? In his hand. Short sword like a key is in his hand. Saber attacks with all her power, but the enemy repels it with his dark red sword.
That is a noble phantasm, bearing a curse of vengeance.
Saber distances herself and glares at the sword in the enemy's hand. The fact that the enemy has revealed his weapon is a threat. At the same time, it means the enemy's attacks are revealed. It doesn't matter if his noble phantasm is a sword or armor. As long as you can see it, you're able to deal with it. Saber readies herself. As the man said, his armor is at its limit. Saber relaunches her fierce barrage of attacks. She should be able to slash him through his armor. Even if he has brought out his noble phantasm, it won't make a difference to the fact that the next blow will decide the match.
This is it. Let us decide the match you could not finish before, Archer.
The sword in her hand is still invisible. Readying the holy sword sealed in wind, Saber stares at her enemy. It seems Saber knows what that noble phantasm is. That's why she intentionally distanced herself. And since she knows how to deal with it, she's confronting the enemy straight on. Her noble phantasms are swords, and if swords' abilities are equal, the deciding factor will be their own sword techniques. By that theory, Saber has to win. Alright, then come at me. I defer to your sword, I shall show you everything I have. The man laughs.
Fine.
Saber charges without hesitation. Saber's sword will slash his armor for sure. The instant I think that. Gate of Babylon. An invisible door opens behind the man.
What?
Saber's body stops. The weapons the enemy takes out are different from the previous dark red sword. Notice how they didn't actually show the sword, by the way. First is an invisible sword like Saber's. As soon as Saber defends against it, the man is holding yet another sword. This sword is of ice. She twists her body to avoid it, but the space the sword goes through freezes. Saber retreats, covered in ice. As the ice starts to break, the enemy holds a sickle-like weapon. She instantly tries to block the weapon approaching her neck with her gauntlet, but it's useless. The sickle goes to her arm like a gauntlet. The gauntlet isn't there and takes away her magical energy, as if cutting away her bone and not the flesh or blood.
Uh, uh,
Saber totters but manages to stay standing. It's a different kind of retreat now. Not to distance herself and prepare for the next attack. It's a desperate retreat, just trying to get away from the enemy.
that is impossible.
Saber glares at the enemy, drawing magical energy into her arm. Many handles are floating around the man. That's what slaughtered Castor. And those are the noble phantasms of the Golden Knight who cornered Saber. The scene that makes even me want to doubt my own eyes. Let's see. Oops, no, not that. Can we identify anything here, or is it... We only have, like, the hilts, so... Those handles floating behind him are surely those of noble phantasms. Not just 10 or 20. No, even though I can't see them, I can feel that they are infinite. From all times and places. As if to say, that servant has all the divine mysteries from every legend.
Archer, who are you?
Saber's voice is trembling. The servant will not answer when asked their true identity, but the enemy's noble phantasm is so strange that Saber has to ask.
Answer me, Archer. A heroic spirit can only have one noble phantasm. No, some have more, but two should be the limit. A heroic spirit with infinite noble phantasms cannot exist.
Cannot exist? You're jumping to conclusions, Saber. Heroic spirits' noble phantasms are the weapons they had when they were alive. So this is a simple story. All these noble phantasms are things I collected while I was alive.
Are you insulting me, Archer? That is even more impossible. No matter who you are, it would be impossible for you to collect all the noble phantasms. The symbols of other heroic spirits. No such heroic spirit exists.
Saber is right. All the noble phantasms he has are real. There are demonic swords from the Northern Empire, right, from Northern Europe, and demonic swords from South America. No hero made his name in so many different places. And first of all, the only Lancer has Gay Bolg. Heroic spirits' noble phantasms are the weapons they had when they were alive. By that rule, as soon as he has Gay Bolg, he has to be Cuchulainn. But he isn't Cuchulainn. So that lance cannot be Gay Bolg, but the thing is, that it's definitely the real Gay Bolg. It doesn't have to be Cuchulainn, it could be Skataha, or, well, she's actually not supposed to be summonable. FGO bent the rules there, but, this could all be explained if it was a fake, but as long as it's real, this contradiction is, no, hold on, original, the model of weapon? It can't be, but wait, it is possible. Myths and legends do not start from nothing. All myths have common points because a single foundation became their model. Because legends that became objects of faith are only those that originate in that land. I think demonic swords and holy swords started having special abilities around that time. So before that, what if the noble phantasms and myths and legends had a form before they were given names? Oh, it seems your master is not so bad after all. It seems he has a hunch about my true identity.
Eh?
Saber looks towards me. So far away. I cannot even help her if she's so far away. My body is only recovered to the point where I can barely move my fingers. Run, Saber. His noble phantasm is real, right? Yes, it is really simple, Saber. Let me tell you about the most ancient times, when the world was still one. That kingdom flourished, and the king collected every treasure in the world. There was nothing he could not collect, and he lacked nothing. The king had a perfect treasury, and the masses of weapons in that were never used, but instead went to sleep with the king. The story is that simple. After the king's death, the contents of the treasury room were spread all over the world. They were valued because they were splendid swords, and they eventually became noble phantasms. Do you understand, King of Knights? The noble phantasms you use are just the king's possessions. It's like inheritance. If you go back far enough, a model must exist. So it's only natural for every legend, myth, folklore, and noble phantasm to have an original model. And in the distant past, if it was possible to collect all of their models, then one could possess all of the noble phantasms. Only one hero could correspond to that. One with origins in a legend far older than that of King Arthur or Heracles. One set to rule over ancient Mesopotamia. The half-god, half-human king who collected treasures he wished and sought immortality at the end. His name was...
Is that him or her?
I think it's Saber.
Gilgamesh, mankind's oldest king of heroes.
Saber sounds shocked. The Golden Knight, Gilgamesh, accepts the shock with satisfaction. By the way, if I remember correctly, he's only I forget, it was either 2 or 3/5 god, and the other part of it was human. It wasn't half and half. Yeah, I think it was 2/5 god. Indeed, I am the strongest heroic spirit. You shall be no match. And the Golden Knight moves forward. There's nothing else to talk about. All that remains for him is to use his many noble phantasms to defeat his enemy. Oh, you would still oppose me, even after you know my name? You must know that you have no chance of winning.
I do not know unless I try. Even the king of heroes must have something he cannot surpass.
Saber's surroundings waver. The wind starts to twirl and becomes a raging gale to protect her. At the same time, the golden sword appears. No, Saber. It can't be. Saber's going to use Excalibur here? Gilgamesh stops. He too must know the Holy Sword's power as his composure vanishes. Saber keeps staring at Gilgamesh and looks in my direction for an instant. Is she telling me to run? Gilgamesh has his back to the river. The Saber is over here. Must have been when she attacked him earlier. Before I realize it, Saber is confronting Gilgamesh to protect me. No, you cannot use that here. You pour strength into my limbs. Even if I try to move my numb body, all I can move is one of my arms. But I still collect all my magical energy in my body to raise my body with that one arm. Gah, damn it. My senses were gone, but every bone in my body starts to scream once I start moving. The pain is a warning. The pain is telling me I will break if I move any further. I ignore it and raise my body up. Ah, ah, ah. I bear my pain. I don't have any time to deal with it. I have to get up quickly and protect Saber. Because I have a bad feeling about this. Premonition I felt when I faced that enemy. She'll never be able to defeat him. The instinctive feelings that I should never let Saber fight him won't go away. A holy sword? It's a holy sword, huh? Fine. The swirling wind is now a raging storm. Even if the holy sword is shining in front of him, the golden knight does not back away. Moreover, and I shall use a weapon appropriate against it. He pulls out an Encargo's sword from the gate behind him. Yep.
Oh, there's a sword.
Yep. That's the cause of my bad feelings. That sword does not appear in any legend. I could identify every one of the noble phantasms that were floating behind him, but even I cannot tell what that sword is. Damn, he's pretty knowledgeable if you can identify all of them. I have the original model of all noble phantasms, but they are all nameless, and I am not their only possessor. A cylindrical sword. The sword is made of 3 parts, each part turning slowly in different directions. Looks like a rock drill to pierce through a hard surface. But this is different. The sword is truly a sword that only the King of Heroes possesses. It has no name, so I just call it Ea. Ea being a god from Babylonian mythology.
Are you saying we shall just compare the strengths of our noble phantasms?
Light concentrates. It's only about 10 meters between them. There's only about 10 meters between them. Within that distance, Gilgamesh shouldn't even be able to dodge her attack. Right, you do not need to hold back. I have always wanted to take the sword said to be the most powerful. His laughter echoes through the park. She must consider that provocation.
Alright. Then try to defend yourself against my sword.
Saber's sword moves. Her lips move to say its true name. There's nowhere to run now. The noble phantasms at least with its true name, will smash all of its power into Gilgamesh. It's your turn. Wake up, Ea. Cylindrical sword, Ea roars. In response to Gilgamesh's words, the 3 blades turn in a whirring sound. Saber's Excalibur brings on a whirlwind. Saber's Excalibur brings on a whirlwind, releasing the wind. Gilgamesh's Ea creates a storm by swallowing the surrounding winds.
X?
Saber is more experienced with anti-castle noble phantasms. It's faster than Ea's roar. Saber pours magical energy into the sword up to its limits in a matter of seconds and executes it with the greatest power.
Get her!
There's no hesitation. Saber releases the holy sword that can even split a river in 2. Just before that, Enuma Elish. Light of the same magnitude takes on Excalibur's light. Huge impact. The raging wind knocks over trees, and the crashing lights become an exploding sun, burning my eyes. No, my body. My body's almost blown away by the wind. I managed to dig myself into the ground with one hand and endure the waves of light and heat. How long will the conflict last? A battle of 2 rumblings that makes me fear the earth is going to split it into 2 is... Oh, wait. Suddenly ended with her figure surrounded by a white light. crash. I hear something falling right beside me. Saber? What it is, I can tell even with my blinded eyes. I thought she might be dead. That's how torn up Saber is. In the distance, the Golden Knight is laughing crazily, unscathed. So the most powerful holy sword is only that strong, huh? Humanity's illusions are mere child's play after all. His laugh is high-pitched and seems like he will carry over the burning... It will carry over the burning air up into the heavens. Is it that much fun? He doesn't even look at Saber as he laughs only for his own sake. Saber. There's no reply, but blood gushes out from her mouth as she tries to gasp. My vision turns red. What am I doing? I knew this was going to happen. I knew Saber wouldn't be able to beat Gilgamesh, so why didn't I stop her even try to use my command spell? But that's rather boring. A complete victory for me, huh? I'm disappointed that you could not even offset my attack, Saber. Oh, I see. I should have taken it easier on you. After all, I am fighting a woman and children. His irritating laugh. Responsibility is mine. I thought she could win, no matter how bad I feel it. Even though Saber's Excalibur would be able to beat him. I thought Saber's Excalibur would beat him. That's why, even though I told her to stop, my command spell didn't react. It wasn't serious. If I really wanted to protect Saber, I could have made her run away using my command spell, and there would have been infinite ways for me to fight by myself. Well then, let me see you now. You're dirty, but you would have eventually ended up the same way. There's no problem if you're hurt now. The laughter approaches. Saber must have noticed that. She must have noticed that as Saber frantically opens her eyes. Saber, are you alright? I can see her breathing, but I can't touch her even if I reach out. My body still won't move, and I can't even run to her. So I can only call out to her. Saber, Saber, Saber! Saber's mouth opens. She breathes in as if asking for help and coughs as if even that is painful.
Cheeto, are you there?
She raises a faint voice, telling me she cannot see me. Hold on, I can't say I'll help her. I'm on the ground too, and I can only move my arms. I can only call out to her and encourage her. She can't even see me in this ugly state.
Oh, I see. I have been defeated.
She speaks in a soft voice and looks at me with no light in her eyes.
I am sorry. Please run away, Master.
She says something absurd while coughing up blood. My vision turns red with anger. I completely depended on Saber unconsciously, and this is the result. I can't even stand up after our sudden attack. I grab my head with the only arm that moves. I want to kill myself, so I put strength into my hand as if to squish my head. A firing hammer goes down. I take the switch to turn myself into a magus and smash it on with a hammer instead of my finger. I think that's...
Never use it again. Projection magic is beyond your level.
Yeah, Tosaka's words. She says magic beyond one's level will turn the caster into a cripple. So what? She's more important than that. If I can't protect her, I don't need my body. She's helped me many times. There never has been anyone I cared so much about. So, if I can't protect her, Amiyashiro can just die here. I can hear sounds of metal. Metallic magical energy reinforces all the bones in my body and all the broken parts of my body. I'll give it everything I have. I'll put it in the highest gear, in the highest rotation from the start, and ignore my limits. I'll create as much magical energy as possible. Gah! My spine catches fire and my whole body grows red hot. I bite my tongue to bear the feeling of my brain melting. I bite down on the pink flesh. And I keep my consciousness just by making a hole in my tongue. There's no problem. What? The footsteps stop. His laughter stops as well.
Shiro? What are you doing? If you do that, your body will...
She must feel it even though she can't see. Saber screams, trying to get back up. That makes my last powers turn on. I can stand back up. The body that wouldn't obey me starts to move because of the magical energy poured in past its limits. It's like setting my body on fire to make it run towards water. But I don't care. It's better than watching Saber get hurt. That's right. I finally realized, with a mind that's about to burn away, from the beginning, I swore to hold the sword because I didn't want to see her hurt.
Well, I am telling you to run, so why?
I obstruct the enemy. Saber is behind me. Now, I cannot even take one step backwards. Trace on. I held down my brain which is rolling around on fire, and manage my mind. I'm imagining only one thing. I'll divide the projection into 8 sections to create the lost sword. I feel something hard in my left hand. I don't even need to look to check. The second manufacture of the sword proved successful without slowing down even once.
My sword. No, that is still not enough. You must know you cannot beat him with that. If you can move, please run away.
I won't. I came to pick you up, so I can't run home by myself. I readied my sword. I held the sword heavier than a shinai and glare at the enemy.
Stop, Shiro. That man is...
I shook off Saber's words and stepped forward. There's 4 meters between us. If I step forward with all my might, I'll be able to attack him. The enemy doesn't move. Gilgamesh watches me for a second, then laughs. I guess I'll kill you, he says in an emotionless voice. I instantly blocked the attack swung at me. You? I swing my body to the side to avoid the attack. But I'm not fast enough. If the first attack was a sudden gust, the next barrage of attacks is a raging wind. Ha! Gah! Parrying is all I can do. No, I wouldn't even be able to block the first attack by myself. It is fortunate that I also reproduced its memory when I reproduced the sword. The sword with a long past holds well in experience. The sword must already be familiar with such attacks. I can't judge Gilgamesh's attacks, but the sword is able to. So the sword reacts to his attacks before my hands do. I swing to follow the sword, and as a result, I can block his attacks. Ha! Ha! Gah! But that doesn't last long. My fingers numb every time I swing, and slowly I cannot catch up to his sword. Low life, you are worse than unsightly. You must dislike even the slight resistance. He glares at me in anger and retreats a bit. Ha, ha, ha. Thank God. If he had kept attacking me, it would not have lasted more than a few seconds. And a deep breath. I take a deep breath and try to control my breathing. And then you feel the imitator. If you like it so much, I shall show you the real one. He takes out his sword. What? That is a familiar sword. The ornamentation on it is different, but its true nature, the idea of its creation and its soul are too close to those of this sword. It can't be. That's the sword's model. It is, but its strength as a noble phantasm is incomparable. What you have, the sword in the stone, originated from the legend of Sword of Supremacy in the Tree from Northern Europe. But this is the original model, the foundation of the sacred right to select the king. The Sword of Supremacy in the Tree. Graham, the demonic sword of Sigmund, hero of Northern Europe. Its original model? Children cannot defeat their parents. An imitation that deteriorates every time it is renewed cannot match the original model. Light runs. Sword understands better than anything that this is the same attack that terminated Berserker in one slash. It must be protecting its owner. The sword in my hand goes for the enemy's sword with its utmost power. The name of the noble phantasm is Caliburn, golden sword of assured victory, but it's destroyed without a trace by the sword called Merodach. Here's something sliding on the ground. Sliding. Is the ground of the dark park slippery? Is the ground of the park slippery because it's level? Sliding across the ground and finally come to a stop.
Shiro.
The voice makes me realize I'm still alive. Oh, Saber, you're pretty near me. Thinking so, I'm relieved. I feel like I was blown away, but it's fine if Saber's nearby. So all I have to do is get up, and I can run to Saber. Huh? I look at my arm while I stay on the ground. It's red. My arm is surrounded by red membrane, and there's no blood coming out of it.
Do not move. Please do not move, Shiro.
I can hear Saber's voice. It seems my body has been injured. That attack, I'm sure it was blown away by Gilgamesh's sword. So that wound must be... Oh, I see. Now I understand why Saber is acting like that. I can only move my right hand. My left hand won't move. First of all, my left shoulder is detached to my body. I can't even breathe. Diagonally down from my left shoulder. As my body is cut from the shoulder down, it's separated like Lego pieces that don't fit together. It's like a ginkgo leaf. I've been cut by from my shoulder down to my waist. It's strange that I'm alive. But that miracle should soon run out. I'm barely conscious right now, and my vision narrows by the second. First of all, my insides will fall out if I move. Maybe I'm already dead and my mind is lingering like a ghost. I see. I thought you would be scattered, but you're rather tough. I see. Clinging to life is the only merit of a lowlife. He laughs. Honestly, I'm thankful. The more irritating he is, the more my mind stays conscious. But that is all. A lion doesn't suit you. I will take that woman. Footsteps. Sound of him walking to obtain Saber for sure this time. Let's put a save down.
I'm guessing that you should stand up, right?
Yep. So let's not stand up. The laughing voice approaches me. As soon as I put my hands down to get up, the lightning runs through my spine. Every fiber and cell in my body is telling me I can't fight anymore. I can't get up. Even if I do get up, I can't beat that guy with my body like this. As soon as I admit that, my body stops trying to stay alive. Power that was protecting Inuyashira was up to now starts to fade. My consciousness clouds up. With my dying mind, my life ends as well.
Oh,
Did
that's it?
it? Yep. I think it's Taiga.
You.
Or Ilya. Well, I have a 50% chance.
Hey! Fucking chicken grill! I can't believe this. I can't believe anyone could be such an insane gamer that they'd come to this tiger dojo. Osu!
I think I'm actually thinking of another ending on a different route where Taiga does the same thing.
You shouldn't be here. Beat that Goldie quickly and protect Saber, or I'm going to get mad. Is that okay, Buruma? Oh, hi, Senpai. Well, it's a bit vexing to be honest. But I wanted to act cool if things have gone this far. Phew. Well, this dojo is done. Quickly go back to the choice and beat him, Shiro.
Yeah, not much else to say there. Stand up. I put power into my right hand. I grab the ground to raise my half-sliced body. I see Saber's face for an instant. She looks like she's about to cry. I'm proud of myself for falling in love with her. Hold on, I'm not done yet. I raise my body with just one arm. My legs won't move. Magical energy that forced my body to move has depleted. The only thing remaining is my beating heart and my organs screaming in pain. Oh, lingering affection? I would assume so. This treasure is beyond you. I understand how you must feel, but it must be really vexing to have it taken away by another man. That does it. I can't stand his talking anymore. I'm saying, don't talk like you're treating Saber as an object. I put power into my right arm. Is there metal in it? With the creaking noise, my body reacts to my wishes. Gah. I get up on one knee. Damn, do as I tell you. I put power into my body. As I do so, the things I need to live flow out. Why? What? Wait, that's Saber?
Why do you not understand that it is useless now?
Saber's voice is almost insulting. She's a long way away. From a distant place, she's watching me in vexation. Gah. I ignore it and keep trying. Saber's voice is just a burden. No, not my body nor Gilgamesh, but Saber is my greatest enemy now. Because if she objects with an expression like that, my mind will die. Finally. My knee finally has strength, so all that's left is to stand. No, I don't need your help, as I've always... Oh, no. Saber?
No, I do not need your help. As I have been defeated, I am not your sword anymore. Disappearing like this is the natural end for a servant.
Saber's voice. Damn. If she interrupts me anymore, I might get mad even at her.
No, please stop, Shiro. You cannot go on. You will really die. If you die here, I will.
How could she say such selfish things without knowing how I feel? Shut up. Just be quiet for a second. times like this, you can rely on me.
That is not true, Shiro. Please do not get your priorities wrong. My life is not important. You should put your life first rather than such a thing.
She sounds like she's begging. My mind almost collapses, thinking that'll make her... I'm making her sound like that. But still, I refuse. There's something I want more than you. I can't accept her words.
What?
Saber looks at me in astonishment. I don't know why she looks like that, but I remember. She told me I was a fool who didn't know the value of his own life. I think she's right. It's too conceited for someone who can't even think about himself to try to help someone. That's just complacent happiness, and it's unstable happiness for the other party. The most important person is yourself. That kind of person probably can become happy and share their happiness. Yeah, I'm certainly a fool who doesn't consider his own life. I was wrong about what's most important for me. Since that day, that seat has been empty. But I'm grateful for that abnormality. Because in that empty seat is sitting a person I want to say from the bottom of my heart. But Saber, this won't change even if I valued my life above all. You're more beautiful than that. There's something inside me that can take your place. That makes me realize I didn't feel sympathy for her. The girl I saw in my dream. She fought alone and died alone. I thought she was unrewarded, but at the same time, I was charmed by her. I just thought she was beautiful. She pulled out the sword and ran through her life without looking back. Her life itself is so brilliant. That's right. So I had to protect her. So that you, all alone, won't be engulfed in darkness in your last moments. That's right. So your last moments on the verge of your death. So you can be proud of your life. My doubts disappear. Your path is so clear. Sorry, I like you the most, Saber. So I won't give you to a guy like him. After I say that, I regret apologizing to her. But I have to say it. I wanted to say it now at this moment because there would be no impurities mixed in my words. I hear her gasp. I wanted to turn around and see, but I won't since I can't really see anymore. I get up. I can still fight if my heart is beating. My magical energy is my life. As long as my heart is beating, I'll keep on recreating your sword. Well done. So now what? What can you do now? I feel a burning heat in my right hand. Perhaps because I'm close to death, I remember 10 years ago. It's a terrible illusion. My body feels like it's still in that fire, reaching out for life. Go away. I can't give Saber to you. I raise my right hand and say that. Fool. I do not need your consent. The enemy raises his sword.
Get down, Shiro.
I hear Saber's voice from behind me. I ignore it and use my remaining magical energy. I project the sword once more. And I'm stopped by that light. Even though it's not as strong as Excalibur, light that can burn away everything it touches is coming for me. Feeling the heat on my body, I don't think about my death, but about Saber behind me. She'll be dragged in like this. So I have to at least protect her. I said I'd protect Saber. Yes, I wanted to protect her. She's strong, but at the same time, she could have broken down at any moment. So I have to hold steady. She's like a drawn sword, so I have to help her so she doesn't get hurt. And then, before I realize it, there's something like a sword in my right hand. What? Whose voice was that? The hesitation is only for an instant. At the same moment, the Golden Knight, the absolute victor, retreats.
Shiro, let me.
Saber takes my hand.
What sword did he make?
Indeed. The rising light stops. Right beside me is Saber. Right before me is Gilgamesh, opening his eyes and bleeding. I don't know what happened, but I know that this is a repeat of the battle against Berserker. Saber using something I made and defeated Gilgamesh's sword. The light pushed back his light and must have injured him, who was unscathed up to now. Frighteningly murderous intent. It feels like he needs to kill everything he sees in order to calm down. But the Golden Knight leaves silently. I don't even have time to be surprised. I don't know why you left. But even my fading mind knows the battle is over. My knees give way. All tension disappears and my body falls to the ground.
Shiro.
Saber instantly supports me. With Saber supporting me, I look down at my body. I let out a gasp. My wounds are so bad they cannot be treated. My body cut from my left shoulder should have died instantly. Oh, this is too... I must barely be alive because of the healing power, but it must have its limits. My body is almost split in two. I'm sure nothing will be able to fix my body now. I can't even tell if I'm still breathing or not. My consciousness is starting to fade. The end is near. But the fortunate thing is about Saber. I have a fatal wound, but it seems Saber is just fatigued. She's unarmed now, and her wounds are completely healed. So even if I retire now, Tosaka should be able to do something. It's sound again. It sounds as if my bones are creaking. It's coming from my body. I look down at my wound. What? There are many swords.
Hey, from Raida's attack.
They look like the blades of swords are layered on top of each other and cried together to connect my separated body, making that sound. I feel dizzy. It feels like every bone in my body, every muscle in my body is made out of swords. You might say he's the bone of his sword.
Oh gosh, is that why?
Yep. There's no such thing. It must have been my imagination, as my body is just fine. As proof of that, my separated body is starting to connect, and my cuts are healing quickly. It's more like restoration than healing. This is more creepy than strange.
What?
Oh, what? It seems I'll be saved, but this is too...
I am glad. It seems that you will not die, Master.
I hear Saber's voice by my ear. This is really close. This is really close by. Well, that's great, but what's going on? Trying to finish, I'm assailed by dizziness. Then, my body is enclosed by soft arms. Saber?
No, I finally understand. It is only natural for your body to heal.
I can't stay conscious. It's because I produce too much magical energy. My tired mind wants to sleep right now. How strong is she? Saber wraps her arms around me and holds me tight.
I finally understand. You were my sheath, Shiro.
She says so in a deep, sleeping voice. The feeling is so comfortable that my remaining consciousness fades away. I'm glad to be saved, and I let my body sleep. But before that, I complained to myself that it would have been more perfect if our positions were reversed. Well, she was your sheath earlier when
Uh-huh.
at the end. I see that red shell. I see that red hell once more. A red memory. I dive deeper into our memory and realize that this is the last time. There are memories of a night which I've seen many times before. After becoming a king and becoming the will of the country by killing her own will, her days were filled with neglect, even from her trusted knights. Every time she won a battle, Altria was made to wish for a battle she did not wish for. She continued to hide her sex, surrounded by suspicion. What awaited that isolated girl was a rebellion by one of her relatives. A young knight took over the country while the king was on an expedition. The man's name was Mordred. That knight, who was the son of Morgan, the sister of the King of Knights, was actually the son of the King of Knights. To start at the end, Altria could not have children as a woman, but Mordred certainly inherited the blood of Altria. Altria's older sister, Morgan, I'm not sure how far she went, but she despised Altria for becoming king, even though Altria was younger than her. Mordred was created as her other self. He served the king as a knight with an unknown father, waited for his chance to take over the throne, and finally organized a revolt. This was the battle later known as the Battle of Camlan, the end of King Arthur. King Arthur discovered Mordred's betrayal on her expedition and returned to her homeland. Her retired troops to invade her own territory. She slashed away knights that used to serve her. She attacked the lands she once protected. A few knights that stayed with her died off, and the only ones standing in the end were her and Mordred. Their personal combat ended with the king's victory, but she did not emerge unscathed. Mordred was bound by a strong curse, so he still swung his sword even after his death and left a fatal wound on the king. Wait, Shiro, if you have Saber's memories, don't you know Mordred was a girl too?
Nah, he can't tell.
So something interesting about that. The 2006 anime, we do see that battle, and you see that Mordred looks like Saber. But
Oh.
her design hadn't been finalized yet, so I think the animators were just told that they look alike, so like she looks exactly like her. But yeah, that was her first like on-screen appearance. That is the end of this battle. The last of her, the one called the King of Knights. It must have been painful. Come to think of it, none of her battles were painless. Every one of her 12 battles was severe, and this just happened to be the greatest wound appropriate for her end. She returned to Britain and destroyed her own army. She punished the knights who used to serve her, and the knights following her all died. And in the end, she had to kill her own son, even if he was only a son only in name. I cannot tell what went through her mind, but I have to wish the lone king who tried to be a king until her last moments. I wish that her last dream might be a normal dream, one that the girl called Altria might wish for. I opened my eyes. I don't know when I got back, but I'm in my room lying on my futon.
Oh, you have awoken, Jiro.
Saber, why am I...
You have been sleeping since that time. Your body is almost completely healed, so you do not need to worry.
I see, that's great, but... What about Saber? My wound is healed, I'm fine. But Saber's different. Even though she can heal her wounds, her magical energy isn't infinite. It wouldn't be a problem if she had just fought, but she used Excalibur. Saber, were you treating me all this time?
I merely wiped your sweat. I cannot treat wounds as Rin does.
Idiot, you don't need to do that. It must be more painful for you right now.
That is not true. I only have a light wound compared to you. But I cannot ignore what you just said. Even if your wounds have healed, they are bad enough that you could have died. Please worry about yourself for now.
Saying so, Saber reaches for the wash bowl beside her. There's a cold towel in there, and after squeezing the water out of it, she wipes my sweating body. I'm really embarrassed.
Shiro, does your wound hurt? It seems you are getting a fever again.
I don't have a fever. No, you can just rest for now. You might be alright, but you used Excalibur. So you should be the one resting. You'll collapse again at this rate.
Well, that is true, but...
She hesitates, squeezing the towel.
But I am doing better than you right now. It is only natural for me to protect you until you get better.
What's with that? I can't object if she says so with that kind of expression. Then you'll rest once I recover, Saber?
Of course, I need to sleep as well.
Saber says so in her usual tone. So I let Saber take care of me and suppress my embarrassment. Time passes slowly. Have you ever looked so closely at Saber without doing anything? Saber's the same as always, and moonlight is shining on her. Looking at her now, she really is feminine. White fingers and slender arms. She looks so lovely that it doesn't seem like she would be capable of fighting. That's why I can't stay calm. She's been fighting all this time with that slim body of hers.
Shiro, why are you staring at my arm? I do not want to suspect this, but are you comparing my arms to those of Rin?
Is she angry or sulking? She has such slender arms, but she thinks her arms aren't cute at all. Probably because there's some muscle on them, but that's rather cute to me. No, the wound doesn't hurt, so I was just spacing out. It's not like I have anything to say about your arms.
I see. That is good.
Saber seems relieved. Then Saber notices something as she closes her eyes and nods.
So your wound is fine now? I was seriously angry before, but I will forget about it if you are alright. It is rather late to say this, but I thank you, Shiro. And I am really happy that you are safe.
She says happily. Then she smiles faintly. What? She's smiling about such a thing. I recall her memories in my dream. She didn't know happiness or entertainment, but she's going to smile about something like this? No, she can only smile at somebody else's safety and not at her own happiness. Those words from before. There she was happier seeing me smile. She said that was a satisfied expression. I'm going mad. I really feel like I'm crazy, and
Shiro?
I hug Saber with all my strength.
Shiro, what are you doing?
She wriggles to try to free herself. I ignore that and embrace her tighter.
Shiro, please stop. I do not know what is going on, but this is going too far for a joke.
Her arms resist me, but I don't listen.
Shiro, please.
Saber raises her arm to hit me. To that, it's okay, listen. You have to smile for your own sake. I say so from the bottom of my heart.
Shiro?
I don't know why she hesitated. Or just spit out what was inside me.
Why?
I could understand her being focused on the Holy Grail, but I could never approve of that. Want her to know normal happiness. I think it'll all be a lie if she doesn't. Because this time she's fought for others. She should be as happy as the people she's made happy.
Are you crying?
When she asks that, I realize my eyes are watery. Not because I'm sad. It's just too vexing. I'm annoyed that Saber can only smile for others. It's just that my head went crazy because it pissed me off so much. Excuse me a second. Gotta blow my nose.
You know what I wonder? I wonder what Rin and Ilya did for dinner. Since they were so hungry that they woke him up.
That is a good question. Yeah, he did just run out of the house without cooking anything, didn't he?
Yep, so they probably like, you wanna go order like a pizza or something?
Yeah.
It's like, sure.
Saber, isn't this enough? You've done your best. You fought even by yourself. So you have to find your own happiness. You fulfilled your oath, so you can return to being Altria.
What? You're still talking about that?
Yeah, I'll keep saying it. So I can't help it because I've fallen in love with you. I won't give up until you change your mind. I yell and embrace Saber as if stopping her from struggling.
What?
Saber's weak. She curls up in my arms and looks away.
Shiro, please do not bother me. This is unpleasant, even if you are my master, Shiro.
I'll move away if you don't want this. I said I like you, so I'll let you go if you don't like me. Saber doesn't answer. She just hangs her head to escape my stare.
You are being unfair. You knew my past, but you continue to invade me. You should know my answer already, so why? Why are you still concerned about me? You must have seen all the sins I have committed.
Yeah, I did. So she sacrificed many people in the name of the king and killed many enemies. I don't intend to ignore that or pretend it didn't happen. But still, even knowing that, I wanted the girl named Altria to become happy. So, what? I don't know what this emotion is. I just can't leave you alone. Please smile. I want to be with you, Saber. A childlike unilateral confession. Saber bites her lip, still hanging her head.
My answer will not change. I cannot break my oath as a king. Even if I was not appropriate for the role, I was entrusted with my country as a king. I could not fulfill my duty, so this freedom is not permitted to me.
She looks at me straight on like she's about to cry. Our eyes meet, rejecting words and responding body. What I notice. I'm kissing Saber while embracing her body. Alright, let's put the screen up now because the music's playing. I believe this scene usually just gets cut out of other versions of the story. They don't need to do the dragon thing again. I can feel Saber's breath through my mouth. hesitation at first. Saber places her hands on my chest as if to push me away. She does not push me away, but tenses her body. Saber. Our lips are only slightly touching. I'm not tasting Saber's soft lips, nor am I pressing hard against them. A clumsy kiss, only to feel her lips with mine. It's a beautiful kiss that does not arouse excitement nor desire. Her small body. I just find the shaking girl so dear. Nothing yet. I don't know how long we've been like this. It's not just her lips that I'm feeling. I'm feeling her whole body in our embrace. Yep, it flashes back to their threesome. I can't help but recall that night. But this feeling is different. I want to embrace her harder and tell her more about how I feel. Not just for my lust, but I want Saber to be happy about being here.
Shiro, that kiss was...
Oh yeah, she put out that. So closed. Does she want to say it's a mistake? She looks up at me with a face about to cry. It's not a mistake. I'll say this as many times as I need to. I like you, and I can't just let you go. Tell me if you don't like it. Tell me that we're only master and servant, and contradict me.
How unfair. Are you telling me to say such a thing?
Yeah, I won't hold back if you won't tell me clearly. If you won't refuse, I want to do you right now. I said it. I said it straight to her face while blushing. I said it believing it is the best sincerity I can do. A long silence. Saber looks up at me and lowers her face.
Shiro, does that mean you embrace me like you did that night?
Weak power is put into her hand on my chest. She grabs my shirt. She grabs my shirt with weak strength. That's different. We were desperate and we couldn't do anything back then. I don't want to do such a thing. I want to treat you more valuably and do it with just the two of us.
I see. I understand how you feel.
Oh. Saber puts power into her arms. She taps. She pushes me and gets away from me. Saber.
I have a proposal as well. Please look away until I tell you to, Shiro.
Saber's voice is too frail. I nod back and turn around. I hear a small sound. It sounds like paper rubbing together or water flowing. Then I notice it's the sound of clothes rustling.
Done. You can turn back now, Shiro.
I open my eyes and turn back to her. And she is naked. Let's see, it's not a CG, it's a sprite. Technically I could show her whole top half because she's covering up, so... I don't know what YouTube's policy is on butts, so I won't go that far, but... Okay. White body glowing in the darkness. Everything goes away the moment I can see her. There's no hesitation nor desire. What is before me is just so beautiful that my mind goes completely blank. Saber. Turning her back, Saber averts her gaze while hiding her breasts. She must be embarrassed about exposing her bare skin. Even the red tint is so beautiful that it blows my mind away.
I cannot answer your feeling, but I support your idea.
Support, you mean?
I use my noble phantasm. In any case, I cannot fight unless I receive your power. Please take off your clothes, Shiro. We're going to embrace each other, so I need for you to be naked as well so I can feel you.
Will he
I
take
mean,
off
he
his...
wasn't last time.
Yep. Will he take off his pants this time? Will we finally break that trend?
And it isn't fair like this. I would like to see you naked as well.
My heart jumps. I thought my heart would explode just from that line. Uh, uh...
To see you naked.
That is so unfair. Nobody would be able to stay calm if she says such a thing.
Shiro, are you not going to do it?
Saber says so while she blushes. Her voice contains anxiety, embarrassment, and hidden hope. Still numb, I place my hand on my clothes. Repair is hopeless. My mind is completely destroyed from Saber's bare skin and words, and I take off my clothes to answer her request. Ooh. Okay. Saber sits on the futon. Let's see, this one's going to be tricky to show. And she is completely nude. Yeah, I guess I can show how her legs are posed from the side. I'm careful. Can't really... Alright, it's as far as I can go, I think, but okay. Gives you an idea of what pose she's in. Saber sits on the futon. When I get naked, Saber stops hanging her head down. I think she's interested in my naked body. Is she the first one to be completely naked? Because like even Kohaku and Isui had their, hair accessories on.
Yeah, she might be.
We could have had CL naked, but we chose to have her glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, I think she's interested in my naked body. She looks at me from time to time with her face blushing. If I talk about blushing, I bet I'm blushing much more than her. She made me realize all the more about Saber, but Saber's just too cute. She trained as a knight, but no muscle on her is hard. Slender arms and legs. Her body is yet to mature. Her body that's yet to mature is sweet yet dignified. What makes her so different is... Saber, you took your hair down?
Yes, I only fastened my hair during battle. I thought I would not need to do so right now.
That's the reason I was mesmerized. With her hair down, there's no trace of her as a swordsman. She's bare naked right now.
Shiro, we are starting, right? Then having you standing up is somewhat troubling.
That line troubles me more. To be honest, my body would not move. Saber's just so beautiful that I have no idea how to start so that I can get her happy. First of all, this is the first time I've been like this with a girl. And even though I'm the one who proposed this, my head is so blank. Hold on. I'm embarrassed to say this, but I'm not ready yet. No, I am, but it went away when I saw you. I saw a shameful thing while burning up my face.
Looking at me?
Saber looks at me in question. A total cruelty for me. Why? This is... What do you... Oh, no, it's her.
Why, this is what you proposed. So nothing should hold you back.
No, well, because you're so beautiful. I was surprised and I was shocked. Our standpoints have reversed. Saber's skin and her stare are so embarrassing that I admit so while averting my gaze.
You've already seen my naked body before.
I didn't. If I did, I would have been able to talk to you. I'm not that strong. If I saw it, I would have been hitting on you the moment we got out of the forest.
Shiro?
Saber looks at me with more wonder. Crap, I'm so embarrassed that my head is empty and it's about to crack. It was so dark. It was a pig. I was on it. I was in a panic, and I was just too into it. See, we were so desperate at that time. Dude, you walked in out of the bathroom on her, while she was bathing twice. Like, you saw her naked.
Yep. I see. My naked body must have been nothing for you.
Hey, that's not true. Of course, I was fascinated by your body at that time, but you were in pain. You weren't the only one. I had my hands full restraining myself, and I had to act calm even after it so I wouldn't attack you. Well, that's not true, but, man, I feel like I'm getting deeper into the hole and the more I talk. I think I have to get out of this conversation and get calm. I won't be able to see her.
Yeah. So what is it, Shiro?
Saber is acting more calm. Man, what happened to her being embarrassed?
Please be clear, Shiro, or morning will come.
Ugh. Saber looks at me with a smile. Damn, I feel like I just lost a match, but it'll be more shameful if I change the subject right now. So we're naked, but you could say I have no guts, but you're just so beautiful, I don't know how I should do it. I throw away my pride and tell her honestly, because everything I knew was blown away. I don't know what'll make her happy, as I was mesmerized by her. I was just standing there like an idiot.
That is so unlike you.
Did she just laugh? Saber looks up at me and...
Alright, I shall start in that case.
She smiles. The smile she always gives when answering my trust. Eh? Still kneeling on the futon, Saber makes her way over to me.
Oh, you are tense as well, Shiro.
The voice comes from right below me, right by my waist. Saber is looking at my contracted thing.
Cute. I shall make it big.
Hey, Saber.
Please do not move. Stay as you are, Shiro.
I stop halfway. Alright, I think this is the part where we can start, Wait, I have to read this line. I feel Saber's fingers. Saber gently wraps her fingers around my dick as if holding something precious. You know, it's the usual. She's gonna give him a blowjob. Let's just skip through it. Okay. He's embarrassed, but he wants her to continue. Still no picture yet, by the way. Should be here in a second. Yep, there it is.
Saber says she knows how to make a man happy.
Okay, guess I can come in from the left. Be very careful, though.
So hey, look, he took off all his clothes.
Yep, no pants. There, just a little more. Okay, that's as far as I can go.
I like how he's just like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah.
What do I do? I'm just gonna have him hover.
He wants to pull back out of reflex. He's getting bigger. By the way, this art, I'm pretty sure what the people who translated it like redrew the art here because I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be pixelated. Which is all the more reason they need to go back and fix that one flashback earlier. Yeah, she's going to town on it. Saber is drinking down what is flowing out of me. Got a little bit of a close-up now. It's the same image, by the way. I'm not just zoomed in.
Band to its limits.
Yeah, my music expands to its limits. Wait, what's that? Oh, okay. Clear liquid flows down her chin. And, oh, she swallows.
Plenish your magical energy, of course.
Yep. Every time I try to pull back from too much sensation, no, you have to finish. You have to finish off. She grabs my shaft and keeps it there. She's looking at the Oh, she's stroking his balls now. It's not showing anything, but it's how it's being described.
Pretty sure Shido probably still has his hands up like that.
Yeah.
He's like, I still don't know what to do with my hands. You know, jazz hands.
Okay, the pose changed. He finally does something with his hands. Okay, again from the left should be fine. Just a little low. Please don't snap. Okay, careful. All right, there we go. Okay, released. Without knowing, I have grabbed Saber's head. Did I grab for balance since I arced back from great sensation? Or did I just want her to take me in? Oh. Well, this is iffy because. All right. Well, give it a shot. She's got some glue on her hands. That's all. Flips move away. Okay, yeah, it's still going. Oh, it got on her chest. She swallows it, of course. Okay, alright, so now it's the pose from before, but she has stuff on her chest, so... I don't think I'm going to show this one. I don't know what to do with myself. I let Saber rest. A stretched out white body. Place my face... Oh, okay. Place my face between her legs. Yep, he's doing it with her now.
He's returning the favor.
I'm just getting you back. Now it's your turn. How do I even go about showing this? I don't... Yeah, I can't show much of this one because of the pose and the camera angle. I can show you Saber's head. That's it. Just making him erect again by doing this. You will be dirtied if you place your tongue in such a place. He sticks his tongue inside, or on rather. Yeah. He licks the juices. She's embarrassed by it. I move the outer wall with my tongue and taste her inner meat. Okay, she was pleasuring herself while she was licking him, I guess. She tilted her head slightly, but it's basically the same pose still. Just,
I wonder how loud they're being, because I know Lane is on the opposite side of the house, but where's Ilya?
She's probably somewhere far away, too. I mean, it is a big house, so...
She's probably like, what's going on? I hear weird sounds.
And remember, she is older than Shiro, so she knows what this is if she does hear it. remember she was also going to have her own H scene earlier, but it was cut.
True. It looks grotesque yet beautiful.
Yeah. All right, she's asking. She's saying to stop now, but she's getting wetter. Oh. Hmm. Get a little repetitive now, but she asks for him to go harder. All right, she came. Okay, again, I can't show most of this, but I can show you Saber's head. Sure was backed away, and yeah. Yeah, this was definitely redrawn. There's no way they would have been able to sell something that showed that uncensored in Japan. Oh, all right. So since he's erect now, and I'm putting it in, Saber. Okay. New pose. So yeah, he's up on the bed with her. Can't show too much here because the nipples are exposed, but he's sticking it. He's sticking it in right now. Her girl-like breasts are pressed down by her arms excite me, my male instincts. He says it feels like he's getting licked. My hard cock rages inside of Saber. Her walls wrap around him. Our meats make a soppy sound. Delightful description. Oh, new pose. I guess I can show most of this one, technically. Just gotta come in from the right. Okay, that's as far as I go. She can feel him in her stomach. Yeah, I mean, it's not much else to say here. They're just doing it. But oh, another new pose. That's. I guess since they only have one solo H team together, they want to put a lot of effort into it. Careful. Okay. I think I might have shown a little bit too much there, but it should be fine. He finally explodes. And the dream is over. Saber is lying there, and I also cannot get up from exhaustion. Eric claps together in the darkness. Her body temperature hits our tired minds. Saber. I call out to the girl laying beside me. The question I asked her before before I had sex with her. To find out the reply for me wanting her.
Magical energy replenishment has been completed. I can fight as your servant starting tomorrow.
Saber.
That is it for now, Shido. My role is to protect you and obtain the Holy Grail. I cannot think about anything else until the battle is over.
But...
Is that not right? Because you have... chosen to fight to end this war.
Her voice echoes through the darkness. I can't argue against her. If I want to do something about if I want to do something about us, I have to end this war beforehand. First of all, we have to defeat the man who's after Saber, or I can't protect Saber. But do we have a way to defeat the King of Heroes? We grow quiet and stare at the darkness. How long were we like that? There's nothing on screen, by the way, guys. I'm just, we're still on the H scene technically, so just to be safe. Right when my body wants to take a rest and my eyes start to close. Huh? I feel something on my hand. Saber?
Yes, let us think tomorrow, Shiro. We might come up with a good plan tomorrow, and I would like to sleep like this for now.
She says so while holding my hand. Yeah, I want to do so too.
Yes, good night, Shiro. Let us return to our previous selves when we wake up.
I close my eyes with her close to me. My last vision of Saber sees her smiling warmly. I don't care if it was just for this night. Right now, her hand is warm. This is more than enough for me right now as I fall into comfortable sleep. I fall asleep without knowing if we'll be able to keep our hands connected even after everything is over. Alright, well, we're 5 hours in, and I have a feeling this chapter is going to be at least an hour and a half, so I think we got to call it there today. Yeah, sorry we couldn't finish, guys. We got close, but so yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. We will be back to our Saturday Sunday schedule next week, right, Misaki?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yep. So let's see. About other streaming next week, I'm not sure yet. There's a chance Fake Grand Order's next event might start Monday or Tuesday. Won't know for sure until tomorrow, most likely. If it doesn't start that early, then I think I'm going to be streaming Balan Wonderworld for the YouTube viewers. That's on my second channel. It's you haven't heard of Balan Wonderworld, have you, Misaki?
Nope.
Yeah. So it was a game made by Yuji Naka, the creator of Sonic the Hedgehog. He was made with Square Enix.
Ooh.
It came out like last year or so. It's apparently really terrible. So I just wanted to try it out. I got it for like $8. Thought it might be fun.
It's worth it for the price.
Yeah. But yeah, I will play that eventually, even if we do have Fake Grand Order next week. But yeah, aside from that, we'll be back here on Saturday next week. Thanks for watching. See ya.